asked that, I already know the answer. But hello! I hope we're all doing better than we were earlier. Welcome in, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. Welcome in, worshippers, cultists, and organ fiends alike. Thank you so much for the follow, Outlook Cove. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? Welcome in. Sorry I'm a little late, guys. I was picking up a drink, and then I had to really pee right before stream started, so... I'm doing great, Oda-san. Thank you, thank you. We'll get talking about that in a little bit, but I also don't know if anybody saw, if anybody would like to try it out. It's only been shown on Twitter and in the Harem chat, so if you want to be a subscriber, reminder that you get access to, like, early stuff that's being added to stream. There's a new redeem!
Let me guess.
Uh-oh.
Spring cleaning.
No, 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 no! Ow! Okay. Sick, thank you. Yes, it looks like the chair fucked up. You missed this time. But, oh my god, I got scared. Nice try, Brendan Fraser. Yeah, literally instant. Like, I was mid-talking about it. Like, oh my god. But I'm doing great, thank you. I could be doing better. I'm gonna be honest. I could be doing better. I will make a quick reminder for everyone in the chat. We are not going to talk politics. I'm pretty sure... My stance on everything so far is we are welcome to anyone that is kind to our LGBT allies and friends, and is respectful to other worshippers and cultists. That is all I'll say on the matter. I will say my day got instantly better hearing your voice. I'll be honest, like, I was pretty down today, not only because of what happened yesterday, but because, like, some other stuff that happened today, and I was like, man, like... I'm so, like, kind of, like, just numb. Like, I don't think I want to stream today. And then, like, the moment I got everything booted up, like, I kind of convinced myself because I was like, well, I know everybody else isn't probably feeling great either. Or a lot of people aren't feeling great either. And so, like, I know that, like, you know, hearing me be stupid might make their day a little bit better. And then once I started getting everything put together for stream, I started feeling better myself, so... I think it's a little mutual at this point. I feel like we're all copers. We're a community of copers for sure. That is definite. But I hope you guys are excited. We will actually, today is our history chat and Q&A. If you guys are newer here, my name is Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian peregrine sun goddess. I do War Thunder history and variety content. I have a master's degree in history, focusing on the ancient world, mostly the Mediterranean, as well as Cold War era politics, economics, and propaganda. I don't know, it kind of shifts around for the Cold War stuff. It's a whole fucking grab bag, if I'm being honest. But yeah, we're gonna be talking about stuff today. We're gonna be pretty on topic. I don't know if you guys have ever watched Mr. Beat, B-E-A-T, on YouTube. But we're gonna be watching a couple of his videos. He's pretty president-focused. Nothing about the current cycle. We'll only be doing stuff about past cycles, because again, no politics, please. But he focuses on a lot of fun, like, topical, interesting things about presidents, that we're gonna watch today, and I think that'd be pretty good to watch. What are we talking about today, Harbor? Whatever you like, Lorelai. I want to talk about the absolute, I'm gonna be real. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, chat. Switching topics real quick, then we'll come back to that, Mr. Beat. We'll come back to Mr. Beat. I'm gonna be real. I bought a Pokemon box today, like a booster box. Some of you might have seen it already. And I, unironically, wanted to open them on stream. And I was like, you know, it'd be really embarrassing if I bought this box and I just opened dog shit. And then I opened dog shit. Hey Luke, how's it going? So yeah, I got garbage. I got literally garbage. This is the first time I've ever opened a booster box and not got an SRI. Well, not an SRI, a super rare, essentially. Like the art rare. I've never gotten, like, a non-secret art rare. So, or an SAR, that's what I'm looking for, an SAR. Secret art rare. And I didn't get one this time. And everything else I got was not great either. So, I spent about God, how much did I spend? I spent like $125 on the box, right? I probably made back like $20, $30. Like, unironically. Like, that bad. Was opening the packs for a short bit fun? Yes. Was getting the Jasmine full art nice? Yes. Did I get anything else in that box that is worth more than maybe $10? No. Like, literally nothing. I got another Cerule Edge. How many boosters you get in a Pokemon box? Like, literally like 30. Like, I think it's actually like 30 packs to a booster box. I'll have to look. Unlike Yu-Gi-Oh, I don't think they put it outright on the box. Booster packs in a box. Pokemon. Hey, Red. So the box you plucked was just a load of burb shit. Oh, very funny, Odin. I don't like the bird. 36 packs. Yeah, 36 packs. Hey, Dreadlord, welcome in. So yeah, I opened up 36 packs. I think I stopped counting after halfway through, but halfway through would have been 18. So I opened 18 packs, and I got 6 EX / art rares / secrets out of 18. So that's 1 out of 3 packs. Not horrid until you realize that all of the EXs I got were like the useless dog shit EXs outside of 2 of them, which was a Cerule Edge and an Executor. So, felt really fucking bad. Which sucks because, like, so I went to the card shop, like, to buy it this morning, because they open at 11, and I wanted to make sure I got a box. I got to pick my own. I'm never going to let myself do that again, because I have the worst luck ever. I'm just going to let somebody pick my box next time. And I was checking out, and the guy at the counter, who I know kind of well at this point, was like, so you're building stuff, right? Like, is there anything specifically from this set you're looking for? And I was like, yeah, I'm looking for an Executor, and I'm looking for Cerule Edges. Oh, and Flygons. Like, all the EXs, the Nuteras. And he was like, all right, bet. And he, like, pulled out an Executor from behind the counter, which I only need 1 of for my Regidrago. And I only needed 1 more Flygon, and I needed 2 more Cerule Edges. He didn't have any Cerule Edges. I don't know how you say it. I'm saying Cerule Edges. Cerule Edges, he didn't have any of. But he had a Flygon and Executor left. I only needed 1 of each. So I bought them. They were like $3. Totally fucking worth. I was like, shit, they're right here. If I don't get them in my box, I'm guaranteed them. In my box, I pulled another Executor. So that means I wasted $1, technically, which is not that big of a deal. But when I've already wasted like 120 bucks, throwing another $1 onto it just feels like a small chode slap to the face, frankly. And then after that, it was, I pulled 2 Scovillians. Scovillians. The Red Hot Chili Pepper dudes. They're actually not bad cards, like, frankly. They're actually not bad cards at all. But I don't think there's going to be a deck around them at all. I pulled 1 Cerule Edge, which makes me a little happy, but again, like, $3 card. And then the art rares I got were frankly worthless. Like, except for the Flapple. Is that what it is? The Flapple, the second, after Applin. The one after Applin, but before Diplin. Yeah, I got a Flapple. So, the one before Hydrapple is what I'm trying to say, I guess. The one before Hydrapple. I got that one. Which sucks ass, because while it's a good art rare, it's still not, like, incredibly rare, and not a lot, like, people run Hydrapple, ow, but not a ton of people. So, like, it's not gonna cook. Like, it's not worth a whole lot. And then the Jasmine I got is a horrible card TCG-wise, and she's a little funny looking, so I don't know. I want to get more. I don't have the money for it, though, and I need to save up for the Eevee set coming out in 4 or 5 months, which is gonna fucking cook. Like, I want 2 boxes of that one, so rip to Appleton, my beloved. I think Appleton's very cute. So wait, what is the evolutionary line for that line? Is it Applin, Diplin, Flapple, Hydrapple? Is that what it is? Or is it Apple, Diplin, Appleton? Can it go 2 different ways? Is it like Cerule Edge and Armarouge? Skill issue? I will skill issue my hand up your ass. Triplin, Zeppelin, great fucking band. Hold on. I'll check the evolution line. I've never played like the new one. Okay, so it does have 2 branches. So Applin can go into Flapple. Oh my god, so wait, no, the Flapple's actually worthless. Oh, that's rough. Okay, never mind. The Flapple's even worse. I thought it was Applin, like, I thought it was like Applin, Flapple, Hydrapple. No, it's Applin, Diplin, Hydrapple. So that means like the alt-art Diplin would be worth money. But the Appleton and the Flapple will be shit. At least I know there's someone at my locals that's collecting them, so. Yo, holy shit! Thank you so much for the sub, Dreadlord. Welcome back into the harem. Don't omega lol at me. I'm suffering, dude. I was actually like pretty depressed after opening that box though. I sent it to like one of my TCG buddies and they were like, you have to have the worst luck out of anyone I've ever seen pull cards. And I'm like, I want to die. I want to go. It was raining really hard outside and there's a pothole out in my out of my street. I'm like, I'm gonna go drown myself in the fucking, I'm gonna go drown myself in the water-filled 3-foot pothole on the street out in front of my house. Thank you for the lurk, FT. Thank you for the Oregons. And thank you for the follow, Anubis6. Welcome into the cult. How you doing today? Your suffering's funny. I don't like it. I don't like my suffering. That sucks. Depending on how much I get off Twitch this month, I might get some more. Otherwise, I'm just gonna try to like go fucking all in hard on Pokemon locals. So, but you laugh at our suffering all the time, but I'm a god. That's my job. Hi, Anubis. Welcome in. How you doing? Hope you can enjoy playing some good music on them. Do you think I'm gonna like slap them around or something? Excuse me. Hiccups. Once again, the hiccups strike because I'm over here just downing a full bottle of Rogue before I start stream. Hey, Jen. I'm glad you're doing well, Anubis. I am afraid to let you know, however, you have entered my chat, and I don't know if you read the rules, but you have typed and you followed into the cult. So what that means is I get one of your organs. So pick one. Pick one right now. Which one you losing? It has to be internal. If you choose the eyes, it can be one eyeball, but it has to be at least one. I'm not taking any bum ones either. So, what's it gonna be? Pick! Don't be a coward. Oh yeah, you also can't pick harder brain. Sorry. There's a lot of stipulations to it, I know. I forgot which one I gave you. Probably kidney. Everyone does kidney, or pancreas, or appendix. Eyes. Okay, you lose one eye. Left or right? What are you picking? Left or right? Which one do you want gone?
Snip, snip. Give me your balls.
Yeah, hand it over. Liver. I feel like you need that. You turn yellow. I've seen mortals turn yellow. Us Egyptian gods turn green, but I've never seen a yellow god before. You guys turn yellow without a liver. Can I choose my olfactory receptors? What, your nose? You want to lose your nose?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I'll have you know I showered today. I have spares. Oh, also, Anubis, if you'd like, you can also, you know, go take somebody else's organs and I'll accept that as well. So, your choice. The choice is yours. Congrats on showering. Thank you, Antimony. It was a struggle. The right eye? No, I feel that. All right. Right one it is. Thank you. Ow. Thank you, sir. It's going in the jar. I would also like the, speaking of, like, congrats on showering, like, unironically, though, like, showering for me is kind of hard because, like, it's kind of like a sauna where, like, I get, like, too comfortable, if that makes sense, and I end up every time coming out of the shower, like, dead tired because I'm so relaxed. Like, it's like a sauna or like a, what's it called? Like a hot tub or something. Because I like the water really hot. And I spend a long time in there with my, like, just letting the water hit my head and, like, my eyes closed, like, listening to, like, really calm music. So, like, by the time I'm getting out, I'm like, man, I'm clean, but, like, I could take, like, a 6-hour nap right now. Take a shower as if your hot water was broken. What I need to do ambient is like I need to do what I used to do, which was like at the end of a shower is like flip it to really cold, like ice cold for like 5 seconds. Because I used to do that in college when I couldn't wake up, like in the mornings, and like literally it shocks you awake. The right eye, I got you. I'll happily take the right eye and I'll jar it for you. You'll get it back in the afterlife. Bare bones, technically organs? No, they are not. A tooth is also not an organ. No. Your skin's an organ. I accept your skin. Although I kind of need you to keep that on if we're going to petrify you. Showering with lava hot water is the best. It is the best. I want to feel like my skin's melting off. Google says bones are organs. Google didn't exist in ancient Egypt, so I don't give a shit. I've been told I take long showers, and it's because I'm generally enjoying the hot shower and thinking while showering, so I can spend forever in the shower. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure, bud. Sure thing, dude. Sure. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Y'all seem like the kind of people that buy, like, the watertight, like, phone bags for your shower. So you can take, quote-unquote, long showers. My bones do organ things. They pump my blood. That's not how that works. That's not how any of that works, Theo. Look, Theo, I get, like, you Greeks, like, literally, like, chop off the head of a chicken and watch it run around in circles, and then wherever it falls, that, like, predicts, like, the future for you guys or something. But, like, come on, I need you to be at least a little bit more, like, accurate. I swim a lot, so I don't really need to shower much. Well, I think it depends on what you swim in. I definitely shower after, like, going to a chlorinated pool, for example. Because, like, my hair gets, like, stiff as a board. Because it does. It's how I knew Zeus was on my ass. Then get him off. I will give her my gallbladder or tonsils. I thought that said toenails for a minute. And I was actually about to straight up, like, give you a 10-minute timeout. Not because saying the word toenails is, like, the wrong thing in chat, but it would have made me vomit in my mouth a little bit. Like, I watch media analysis videos on YouTube while I shower. I've been listening to the Game of Thrones audiobook. I just finished the first one. I'm kind of pissed off that Spotify gives you the first one and then you have to pay for Spotify Premium, like, which is like $10 more a month on top of Spotify to, like, listen to the other books. And I'm like, go fuck yourselves. I'm just gonna pirate them now. Did Zeus give you trouble? As if. I remember when Kronos was born. Zeus doesn't scare me at all. Hey, Anubis. This is why I pirate stuff. Same here, dude. Hara's ESL almost got me banned. Wait, what do you mean ESL? Oh, Theo, I think I need to correct our goddess here. Get him off in the context of fighting Zeus off, not the other way. But yeah, I finally finished. It was like literally like 16 hours of audiobook. And it took me like 2 months because like I only take like 15 minute showers. So like literally every day I just get like my 15 minutes of Game of Thrones while scrub-a-dubbing. It's pretty great. It was enjoyable, honestly. Would recommend. Would recommend. There were definitely some weird parts though where I was like, all right, George, maybe you're going a little bit too far with the descriptions here, dude. I think you're going a little bit too far with the descriptions here, my guy. You're defeating the allegations for sure, but there's some parts where I'm like, you're getting a little close there, dude. Yeah, I don't blame you, Akatsuki. Mind if I call you Suki, by the way? In the words of the One Piece narrator, and so the great age of piracy begins. And then 400 episodes later, the show becomes watchable. For sure, for sure. So you'd rather rub shoulders with the likes of Enlil and Inanna? Well, wait, like, are you Referring to the VTuber because she and I have been friends for a very long time, yes. I've done more than rub shoulders with Inanna before. Just saying. English second language, we use it to describe Bostonians and New Englanders. Interesting. How weird. English second language. Oh, the Mesopotamian deities. Inanna is actually like an adopted Egyptian deity. Hi, Q. How's it going, hun? Yeah, not gonna lie, I know One Piece has grown since then, and he's has had a lot of popularity, but my biggest exposure to that show will always be the 4Kids dub. The 4Kids dub was a banger. Kaio, Kaio, dreamin'. Don't give it up, Luffy, dreamin'. Don't give it up, Zoro. Yeah, fucking banger. Don't give it up, Nami! Yeah, fucking banger intro. What's this new button do? No, please. Please don't.
Well,
Oh my god, Brendan, please. Be gentle. Oh my god! Holy shit! Ow! Holy dude! The chair's a little bit more effective than I expected. Ow! I'll never understand how the Boston accent got so bad. I don't know either, honestly. It's probably eating all that weird shellfish. Oh my lord. Ow. I love that I, like, added more for chat to abuse me with. I think it's funny, though. I think the Brendan Fraser one's really funny. Was it this butt? Oh my god, not again, please. It's all good, Luke. Have a great rest of your day. Hope to see you back on Friday. We doing Wendigoon? Not today. We're doing Mr. Beat. But we will be doing Wendigoon next Monday. The Faith video on Monday next week. You like it when we abuse you? Not at all, actually. I think it's funny. It's like a punch buggy kind of thing, but I'm not, like, into it. Don't get it twisted, mortals. I have much more fun inflicting pain on all of you. For sure. Anubis, what's that face for? Don't look at me like that. It's weird. Oh, don't worry. I'm not streaming tomorrow, Luke. I'll be streaming on Friday, but I do hope you feel better. I'm sorry for going to the hospital. Hope everything's okay. Yeah, we'll be doing Wendigoon on Monday, Duel. Wendigoon will be on Monday of next week. Today we're doing Mr. B. I'm just getting checked. I gotcha. It's a vibe face? That is not a vibe face. In fact, that is like a vibe check face, if anything, frankly. I completely disagree. I don't believe you. Wrong. Okie dokie. But yeah, actually something that was really funny that happened at Pokemon Locals yesterday. I actually forget that was yesterday. I started out, I guess I'll talk about Pokemon. Again, I feel like a broken record. I feel like half the things I talk about these days is just Pokemon. I'm so sorry for being a dork. But yesterday I started out 2-0. Played really well. I went up against Greninja Palkia for the both first two games. And both games I got Regidrago Kyurem out really quick, and I just Trifrosted both players, and the game was pretty much over after that. No, you're good, Anubis. And pretty much just won those games single-handedly. Then I went up against the guy that ended up first place. Chat. Oh my god, my hand was terrible. That might have actually been the worst, like, luck I've ever had on a deck. Like, I think I'm actually cursed from getting first place at Locals, because I was fucking smashing I get to the guy that's in first place, and it would have been a tough game because he was playing Goldengo, and it's hard for me to hit that much damage. But he was running it, and I can do it. I can beat it pretty easy if I get everything set up. My first hand was 3 Teal Mask Ogre Pawns, a Reggie Drago, and 3 of my dragons, like unplayable. So I put them all on the bench. Which is horrid. That's horrid, by the way. I have no way to discard my hand and no way to get Squawk. Nothing. No energies to put on Reggie Drago. And I was going second, so it wasn't that horrid, but it was pretty bad. As long as I pulled, like, a supporter, I was looking pretty good. Drew my first card. It was a Nest Ball. Could have saved me. Played the Nest Ball. My Squawk was prized. Game was over. I literally just gave up right there. I was like, alright, this game is literally over. It was actually that bad. Second game, or fourth game, I guess, technically. Second game, I lost. God, what happened there? I couldn't get my Reggie Drago V-Stars. I got both Reggies on the field. I got energies on both of them. And then I had 10 cards left in my deck. Literally 10 cards left in my deck. And 2 of them were Reggie Drago V-Stars. And I ended up just getting it too late to make a comeback. It was so frustrating. How are you? I'm doing pretty good, Anubis. Hope you're doing good as well. I forget there's 2 Anubises. So we'll call one Anubis 6 and one Anubis 1. How about that? Forgot about that. It really is Suki, because it was like, dang, like, I can, like, outplay the fuck out of these kids if my deck isn't actively making it impossible for me to even play the game. There really are a lot of Anubises now. We got a lot of Egyptology nerds in here. I like it. When are we getting someone named Horus? Or Ra already? God. Someone, like, be a fan for me. Wait, did somebody activate Rat Cam? I didn't see anybody activate it. I guess I just missed it. Oh, well. You did? Oh, okay. I'm looking at Mix It Up chat now, so I can, like, have chat up for YouTube and Twitch, in case someone on YouTube wants to talk and hang out. So, like, I can't see, like, when people redeem things anymore. I have to, like, be pretty observant. I'm gonna call one Chihuahua and one Bernard. Why Bernard? Oh, because of a Saint Bernard? Oh, okay, I get it. Hey, Ken, how's it going? Welcome in. But yeah, anyway, so what was crazy was that even though I went 2-2 yesterday, I still got 3rd place because I lost to the guy that went undefeated and the guy that went 3-1 and got 2nd. The guy that went 3-1 lost to the guy that went 4-0. So I still ended up 2nd, or 3rd, I mean. And I got like 3 surging packs or whatever. Got garbage. Got a prize pack. Got an earthen vessel stamped, so that's like $8. That's not too bad. But yeah. It just tells me that almost everyone was having a rough day. Well, it was more like, there are like a couple people that I should be able to beat just straight up, just because I'm a better player. I don't mean to be like rude like that, but I've got a better deck, just straight up. It's more in meta than a lot of the, than like at least 4 or 5 of the people there, and I'm also just a straight up better player than like 4 or 5 of them as well. So like, I should be finishing top. If I'm playing Reggie Drago, I should be finishing top 4 every time. Like, if I'm not, it's actually, like, a big fuck up, frankly. For regular locals. When challenges happen and everybody gets a little bit more serious, it's understandable if I do worse. Or cups, even. But, yeah. I'd also like to let you guys know that we are on a new schedule. I'm sure some of you have already noticed. The schedule from here on out, I'm going to try to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then either Saturday or Sunday, depending on what my schedule looks like, okay? On weekdays where there is school or work the next day, so like Mondays, Wednesdays, and Sundays, streams will be from 6 to 11 p.m., right? For stream nights when there's not work or school the next day, i.e. pretty much just Fridays and Saturdays, there will be a stream from the regular time of 8 to 2, So, CST, so. Oh, one winged bird, what is thy wisdom? If you plan to open up card packs for TCGs, if you're chasing a card, just buy the chase card. It'll save you money. If all you want is a chase card, just buy the chase card. There's your wisdom. Especially if it's less than $120. Which for Pokemon, most of the time, that's what it is. If I didn't play the TCG, I don't want to buy boxes anymore, frankly. And if, like, the only reason I buy boxes is because it gives me a lot of stuff for decks I want to build. Like, upcoming decks I want to build. Because I play the TCG. But if you're just a collector, just buy the singles. Don't do it to yourself. Just buy the fucking singles. You'll have a much better time. Buy the singles, and if there's, like, new stuff that comes out, go to your locals and just trade with people. That's literally the smartest thing you can do. Glad we're not playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh my god, don't talk to me about that. I used to collect Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's... oh my god. I'm pretty sure I have multiple cards in my binder that at one point were all like $80, $90 a piece, and they're all like $5 now. Like, not even kidding. Just straight up like $5. I just want the rare promo arts for cheap. Shakes fists at Vanguard. I don't even want high rarity version ones. That's the nice part about Pokemon, is that there actually are a fuck ton of really good, really pretty looking cards that like only cost like less than, they all cost like 15 or less, like 15 bucks or less. So like you can literally like, it's so much smarter to just buy them instead of getting like a couple packs. Like, the only reason to buy packs in Pokemon is straight up because you just want to gamble. Like, you just straight up want to gamble. Or you play the TCG and you're looking for a lot of staples out of a set. Like, for example, the one for Surging Sparks, you want to get, like, Rotoms. The new Rotom's pretty good if you're, like, running an electric deck. Or just a deck that likes going first, period, frankly. Kecleons. Eevees for the upcoming set. Holy shit, and Archangel! Thank you so much for the 425 to Ben. Thank you. That's so sweet of you. Your monthly rent? Alright, you can continue living in the wall for now. But yeah, like, if you want, like, stuff that's not staples, like Terra Orbs and Surging Sparks, or Kecleons, or Eevees, or, like that kind of stuff, it is literally better to just straight up like buy it like 2 weeks after the box is out. You'll just save so much money. I don't understand the card game craze. It's like peak commodity fetishism. I don't see the value in those pieces of paper. Not judging you, do you if you're into it. I don't understand the appeal. I get that. It's more like the fact that like the community, especially for Pokemon, is really nice and the card art's really pretty. So what's nice about Pokemon is that like it's kind of like you can have your own cute little art gallery. It's the same reason why people would like to buy art, you know, except it's way cheaper most of the time. The other thing is that like sometimes it's just like nice collecting stuff. Like for example, like especially things that have like a playability to them and have an inherent value that will hold over time. So like people that like collect like coins or stamps or knickknacks or most things are totally like it's fun to do that kind of stuff. With Pokemon, it's the same way, like the same thing with like trading card games if you're a collector of them, because like they do retain, like most retain their value. Yu-Gi-Oh, they do not. Pokemon and Magic, however, retain their value typically. So it's not the worst financial decision, but also just like it's not a bad thing to collect because they retain their value. On the other hand, it's not like things like fucking Funko Pops, which, again, no hate if you collect Funko Pops, but, like, Funko Pops are actually just kind of, like, consumer garbage. Like, there's nothing you can do with Funko Pops. You can't really play with Funko Pops. I mean, I guess you can try. They're relatively lazy and uninspired design-wise. They cost way more than they frankly should. They take up a lot of needless space. And when you sell them back to somebody, they'll be like $1 a piece, like 5 years from now. So, it does look gorgeous, Suki. If I'm being honest, if you like Pokemon cards at all and you've been thinking about buying packs and you don't have a ton of money, Just buy 2 boxes of the upcoming Evolution set. If you pull a single art rare of the Evolutions, you're making your money back. They're like every single Evolution art rare in that set, which there's like, again, like 7 or 8 of them. I forget how many Evolutions there are, but there's one for each. If you get at least one of them, you're making at least $50. Like, not even kidding. Like, you're getting at least 50 bucks back. At least Funko Pops aren't Beanie Babies. I can at least cuddle a Beanie Baby. Hey, Tiebreaker! Handcrafted stuff. I like collecting replicas of ancient Roman items, and I'm poor, so my collection's tiny. I get that, VRS. That's totally fine. That's understandable. You like unique things. And I totally get that. That's mostly why I actually wanted to have merch, is because, like, I wanted my own unique stuff that I could own for myself. Like you guys, like, being able to have it, too, as an added bonus. The sales, honestly, to me, I don't even care if I make money off of it or not. I just want to have my own merch. Because it's one of a kind. Like, there's probably nobody I'll ever meet that it will have, like, a mouse pad with me on it, you know? It's fucking sick. Got a lovely replica glass Roman inkwell hand blown by a dude in Britain. That's sick. I have I don't know where it is these days. I might have sold it. I think I sold it. But I did have a Korea era US Army telephone, like portable telephone, field telephone. Like with the giant, like big green block. Yeah, I had one of those with like a phone cord attached to it. It was sick. I bought it at like a thrift store for like, not a thrift store, an antique shop for like $10. And ended up just like the rubber on the cord for the telephone was like rotted as shit and it was rusty. So I just took like isopropyl alcohol and cleaned up the actual electronics. I took it apart one day and did it. And then replaced the leather cord on it. And I think leather or rubber, I think I put leather on it. But I ended up, I think, selling it off to somebody for like 70, 80 bucks, so. Shall I hear my wisdom? I have one. Yeah, Sugar Reaper, hit me with it. Beanie Babies were meant to be toys that kind of exploded into collectibles. Yeah, that's pretty much what, that's pretty true. It's also just kind of like the age-old adage of like scalpers are just pieces of dog shit. Like, no, I don't think anybody likes a scalper. Like, scalpers are so fucking lame no matter what they're scalping. Tickets, Pokemon cards, graphics cards, literally anything. Hey, 10! We're gonna be watching presidential history videos with Mr. Beat today. We'll start here in about 30, 45 minutes. You collect old medals as well? That's cool. I actually have an ancient Roman coin from the time of Constantine the First. That's in my room somewhere. I don't know where I put it. It's in a bag. My, like, parents got it for me one Christmas as like a bracelet, and then like my dad got upset because I refused to wear it because I didn't want to lose it or get it dirty. It has a nice patina. I think it's patina. It's either patina or patiche. I can't remember the word for it. Patina. It's got a nice patina. That was correct. That's what's actually like kind of funny though, is that like I got it and I was like, I was pretty young when I got it, and at first I was like, man, the coin's all like green, like those gross pennies. And then like I looked it up and I was like, oh, it actually having a patina on it actually makes it more valuable because it makes it easier to tell if it's authentic. The Council of Snail only accepts your files if it was a file about ammunition. Really? I need to do that, by the way. I need to remind myself of that as well. I'm going to be changing the lock-on and, like, missile-fired function for top-tier jets to, like, the McDonald's, like, beeping alert. You know, like, when you ever go to a McDonald's and they're late with your order and in the bag, it's like, beep, 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 beep. Yeah, it's literally going to be that. I know I imitated it perfectly, but... Thank you, Pufferfish.
Well, let me guess.
Oh, please
Spring
don't.
cleaning.
Please. Ow. Okay. God damn it. Jesus Christ. I get decked by the chair every time, man. Okay. Yes, it was a chair 10. I don't know if you've ever seen The Mummy, but there's a scene in The Mummy where, like, one of the bad guys is going through Brendan Fraser's house, like, looking for a document, and he happens to walk through the door, and he goes, well, 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 what is this? Spring cleaning? And then the guy, like, starts running, and Brendan Fraser one-handed picks up a chair and slings it and hits the guy in the back of the legs with it. So, that's what it's from. I love that movie, so. Got an ancient Roman silver denarius from Maximinus Thrax's time. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's a great movie. The second one's pretty good too. The third one was not bad. That's what's so sad is, like, looking back on the third Mummy movie, I remember when it came out, I was like, this movie kind of stinks. And now, like, with current movies that come out, I'm like, this movie is amazing compared to the shit that comes out these days. Like, the one where he goes to the Great Wall or whatever and fights the Terracotta Army. That one. I think that one kind of just stunk because, like, they swapped it to China. If they kept it in Egypt, I think it would have been still pretty cool. That's pretty cool, Suki. Guy praying using religions to cast away the mummy. Yeah, and it didn't work, and he got fucking, like, torn apart. I remember that one and, like, the flesh-eating scarabs. The flesh-eating scarabs are pretty common. Yeah, I know. Like, he had, like, a necklace for each one. He pulled out, like, a crucifix. Didn't work. Pulled out, like, the Star of David. Didn't work. Pulled out the symbol for Islam. Didn't work. Like... Oh, right. Never mind. He did end up working. That's right. Because he spoke Hebrew. And then that's when, like, the mummy goes, ah, yes, the language of the slaves or whatever. And I was like, ooh, 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 weird line. Yeah, I thought he died too, but I guess I was wrong. I think that guy does die later, though. I think the third one got too political because the PLA is involved. Is it really? Kind of weird. I mean, I don't really care, but it is kind of weird. First Mummy scared me when I first watched it, but it was still tiny when that came out. And it has, like, scary moments, for sure. But honestly, something scarier than any of the movies is the ride at Universal. I don't know if anyone's ever actually, like, ridden the Mummy ride at Universal. Not only is it kind of scary, it's actually really cool. It's probably my favorite ride at Universal. Which says a lot, because the Velocicoaster was a fucking trip. If you can't tell, I like roller coasters. We don't see Benny die on screen, but it's heavily implied he was numbed by scarabs. Right, that's what it was. Because, like, one goes into his skin, doesn't it? And you're just like, yeah, he's just kind of fucked. Roller coasters are #1. I've ridden literally everything. Yo, holy shit. Thank you for the sub, Aurora. Welcome back into the harem, hun. How you doing? But yeah, I've ridden everything at Universal and Disney World. I'm pretty happy about it. Until they come out with a new ride, then I will be back to not having done that. Vibing. I gotcha. Are they really PLA troops? That's crazy. That is kind of weird. That is kind of weird. Oh, is that what it was, Can? Okay, well then he's definitely dead, but yeah. I know there was some, like, scene where, like, a dude gets those, like, flesh scarabs all up in his skin. And I know that there was another one where the dude gets it in his skin and cuts it out with a knife. Yeah. I guess I assumed the guy that died from the scarabs crawling in his skin, I just replaced with Benny. Benny's the guy with, like, the pedo stash, right? Like, the thin, lanky-looking dude with the pedo stash. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. The guy that gets hit with the chair. yeah, the guy that gets hit with the chair, yeah. He does! Like, dude, if you, like, straight up just look it up. Like, he has, like, he has the patchiest beard and thinnest mustache known to man. Dude looks like he's, like, 27 and has a patchy beard from, like, a 15-year-old.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Nuh-uh, I showered today. I talk more about it, VRS, but, like, I really don't remember anything about that movie. There was an absolutely badass scene, though, in the third movie where there's that, like, prop plane coming in and just unloading on the terracotta soldiers. That shit was cool. That shit looks sick. I was also, to speak of something similar, I was rewatching the recent, Indiana Jones movie. The newer Indiana Jones movie, and it was really good. However, I think one part I rolled my eyes at was when they were flying the Heinkel 111, like, through that, like, Greek battle, and, like, one of their engines gets hit by a ballista, and I'm just like, bro, what are the odds of that? Like, I get it, it's an HE 111. Your top speed's, like, 200-300 kilometers max. But the odds of getting hit by a ballista at all in that thing is insanely low. Like, that shit was so dumb. I thought that was really stupid. It took me out for like a half second, but I did really enjoy the movie. I thought it was actually really good. I don't know why people shit all over it. He has a nice 5 o'clock shadow. Oh, okay. I thought I remember him also having, like, a 15-year-old's beard. But yeah, I don't know. I really did like the new Indiana Jones. I'm kind of sad that it didn't do as well. Yeah. Well, obviously he's gonna look fine outside of the movie. He was casted to look that way. I doubt he walks out every day wanting to look like Benny. If you had an infinite budget to make a movie about a niche historical event, what event are you picking? Who's directing and who are you casting? That's a good question. Man. Honestly, one that has never actually been focused on without being some, like, cheesy spy movie. Probably the Soviet-Afghan conflict. And, like, I do the shit with an infinite budget. I do the shit like they did with, like, the old movies where, like, no CGI. Like, straight up just having, like, thousands of, like, actual actors. My pick, Nanking, if you guys know what I mean. You cannot make that into a movie. There's no way you can make that into a movie. But yeah, I definitely pick, like, a movie on the Soviet-Afghan conflict, for sure. I know I'm a bit biased, because that's what I focused on for my post-grad, but I am surprised there's not anything about it. Even documentary? I mean, like, the documentary's fine, but, like, making, like, an entertaining, like, movie out of it? No, that's, like, it's, like, a little too fucked up to make a movie about. Exactly, Suki. There's just too much disturbing shit that actually happened at Nanking. So, I'm sure they did make a lot of movies of it. However, you're not supposed to make a movie like that for something for, like, generally entertaining. You can make a generally entertaining, like, low-key half-fictional movie about the Soviet-Afghan War. You can't do that about the destruction of Nanking. We'll say the raising of Nanking, because I'm not saying it the other way. Yeah, they did, but none of them were about entertainment. Like, you're not supposed to go into Schindler's List, like, giddy with anticipation about how good Schindler's List might be. The entire point is supposed to break you down mentally. Because it's fucked up. So, like, I guess you could make one about that, but... doesn't have to be fun. Yeah, but, like, I feel like if I'm asked a question in the sense of, like, infinite budget to make a movie about a niche historical event, not only is Nanking not niche, it's, in fact, like, not niche at all. I feel like you wouldn't do too well if you didn't focus on an entertainment aspect. Yeah, it's nothing I'd ever want to see on literal TV. Also, like, if you happen to watch the actual documentaries that are on Nanking, you never see stuff. It's reported, and you just really see footage of people, like, running in between houses and how it's stuff burning and things like that. Like, occasionally dudes shooting. Like, you're not gonna see, like, some of the worst shit that's described there. It's just talked about. Is the Soviet-Afghan War niche? I would say so. I would imagine most people don't even know it exists, frankly. Battle of Tobruk seems like something then. Which one was Tobruk? The guys were backed. We backed financially, won, and certainly nothing bad came of the people we financed, right? Right? I mean, like... the thing is like, people that have no understanding of, like, geopolitics will look at the CIA who funded the Mujahideen at that time and be like, wow, what fucking idiots. When in, like, reality, it was absolutely the correct move, and today is still the absolute correct move. Literally funding the Mujahideen won them the fucking Cold War. Like, I'm sorry, but you can't play that off as a bad play. And even then, frankly, without the CIA funding them as well, I don't really know if the Mujahideen still wouldn't have won. They were still funded by nations like China. They were funded by Pakistan. They were funded by a ton of other nations. Iran. It wasn't just the US. There was a reason why Afghanistan was able to, like, be so effective. Granted, the US Stinger missile systems were a major reason on why they were able to, like, do hit-and-run tactics and cause, like, really massive amounts of casualties on Russian patrols. But, like, still, they would have probably persevered anyway. I'd make a good Three Kingdoms movie. I know it's not niche, but I love that period of Chinese history. Fair enough. Three Kingdoms is pretty cool. It'd have to be a really fucking long movie, though. I guess I'm too much of a history and political history nerd then. You have to remind yourself that, like, when it comes to history, for most people, like, most people don't know history outside of what they learn in, like, their gen ed college courses at the latest. Like, that is a big reminder. And, like, your gen ed college courses will never focus on things like the Soviet-Afghan War. They're always broader topics. So... it's a series about 150 episodes long, all an hour each. Exactly. Exactly. Also true, tiebreaker. I would say the CIA made a lot, like, so many more worse funding decisions for rebel groups across the world through that time period. I don't know, it still blows my mind that if you actually go back and look at that stuff, though, like, a lot of people blame, like, the US government for them doing that until, like, you actually research yourself and, like, research into the topic and find out that, like, out of all of the coups that were funded, maybe a third of them, like, the president actually knew about until they happened. Like, for a good long while during, like, the 60s, 70s, and 80s, the CIA acted completely with impunity, like, without, like, telling the, like, even actively going above the president and not telling them anything, which is just absolutely, and Congress, like, just straight up, like, acting independently. How about the Chechen War? The Chechen War would be really good. I would just choose the Afghan War, because the Chechen War is recent enough to where a lot of people kind of know about it. The Afghan War is far enough away that, like, most people have no idea about it, I feel like. Because, like, the 70s and 80s, yeah, also which one? The 70s and 80s when the Afghan war actually happened, like that's a lot, like that's when like most of our parents were born, but they were still like younger kids, so they don't remember it. So you'd have to talk to your parents and grandparents if they even cared to pay attention to the Soviet-Afghan war going on at the time. Because the Soviet-Afghan war only ended around the turn of the 90s. Like it ended in like, I think 88 or 89. And then the Soviet Union collapsed the same year, if not the year after. So, something like that. Something like that. But yeah, like it like straight up started in like I think either the early 70s or the late 60s. Yeah, it collapsed 91, right? But I think that they fully completed withdrawal in like it was either 89 or 90. But like it started in the 60s or 70s, like late 60s, early 70s. So by the time that they withdrew, like most people in the West didn't care about it anymore because it's like it's been going on for so long, who gives a shit, you know? Afghan war was 79 to 89. Was it really? I thought it was about 15 years. I knew it was at least 10. Was dumb Brezhnev thing? Yeah, Brezhnev was a fucking idiot. That's what's fucking sad, is that Gorbachev gets a bad rap when the guy in front of him was a fucking moron and the guy after him was just as big of a fucking moron. Like, Gorbachev actually did a lot of positive things for Russian society. But that's because, God, who came after Gorbachev? Yeltsin. That's because Yeltsin was literally, like, such a bad alcoholic that he was drunk, like, 24/7. I'll see you, Suki. Hope to see you back on Friday. The early overthrow of the government was early 70s? Right, yeah. I usually count the Soviet-Afghan war starting at the overthrow of the government in the 70s. Because, you know, that's what led to it. And that hour he wasn't drunk, it was prepping to drink again? Pretty much, Ken. The hour is split across the entire day of 10 minutes for him making another cocktail. Until the first year of Obama. You're not wrong, but, well, also, wait, tiebreaker. I think it depends on which Chechen war, because there were multiple. But the Chechen war, I believe, started under Yeltsin. Like, after the Soviet Union had broken up, if I'm not mistaken. I think. I might be wrong on that. It's been a while since I've looked at anything for the Chechen War. We'd be referring to the second Chechen. Actually, wait, no, we'd be referring to the first because the second... Wait, no, we are referring to the second because the second started in 1999 and ended in 2009. The first... When was the first one? When was the first Chechen War? 58 to 65, I guess. Interesting. First one's 94? Oh, okay. Yeah, I knew the second was during Putin. I just know that both were after Gorbachev, I'm pretty sure. I thought. When did Gorbachev leave office? That was at the end of the collapse. That was at the collapse of the Soviet Union, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. 91. Yeah. Yep. When the yeah, that's right. Because, like, the Soviet Union collapsed, there was a coup, Yeltsin acted like he was protecting Gorbachev, and then the moment that the coup was defeated, Yeltsin took over. That's exactly what happened. Yep. To think that with Gorbachev, Russia was almost fixed for, like, 30 minutes. like, they had Pizza Hut commercials, like, Gorbachev was, like, actually, like, moving the economy away from, like, a purely, like warfare-based, like, war-based economy, like, finally putting it into, like, a public domestic economy, and it was actually starting to succeed, and then he gets cooed, because, obviously, he can't hold up the Soviet Union with a fucking destroyed economy and, like, destroyed military morale from the Soviet-Afghan war, not even started by him. And, like, ugh, oh my god. Like, imagine, like, getting that fucking barrel of monkeys for your term as president. I don't think anyone could, like, literally survive that. Yep, Yeltsin overthrew him, and guess who was Yeltsin's right-hand man? The guy currently in Russia, over Russia today. Can I ask a stupid question? There are no stupid questions, Q. Ask away, friend. I also have a topic to talk about that is a completely switch up from this after Q politely asks her Q question. Who is Gorbachev? Okay, so I'm sure you've seen a picture of him, Q. He was the Russian, or the Soviet, was it the prime minister? Is that what they called it? Was it the prime minister or the premier? I can't remember. It was the Soviet head of state, right before the Soviet Union fell, or during it as well. You know him because he has a giant fucking birthmark on his head. Like, he's balding, and he's got like a giant red birthmark on his head. If you've ever seen any Russian heads of state, he's that one. That's how most people know him. But yeah, the last president of the Soviet Union. Well, was he technically the first president of the Russian Federation? Because was he ow. I'm curious if he was overthrown by Yeltsin before receiving that honor. Question for Hara. Can I bonk you by the time... You fucking suck, Sinister. Oh my god, you fucker. God damn it. Yeah, I think it was General Secretary. Hey, Marks. How's it going? Welcome in. I'm doing great. How are you doing? Okay, so they did actually give him the title before deposing him. Got you. Okay. I was curious about that. Because I do think he actually was, like... I think it did actually fully transition to a republic under him. And then Yeltsin, like, right after the transition happened, the coup happened, and then Yeltsin took over. So, I guess he was technically for, like, 48 hours or something. As it should theoretically have been under Marxist doctrine. Basically, the Soviet economy was run like a Bronze Age empire, the workers beholden to the state. You're not wrong, BRS, but also, like, the Soviet-Afghan War pushed the Soviet economy to be purely focused on aims of, like, warfare. It was all about war production. That is what drove their economy. And the moment that they couldn't just sell, like, tanks and, like, surplus war stuff to, like, other Soviet members or other nations, and the moment that they were no longer in war and needed that production, that is the moment that the economy fully collapsed, because it was like, well, this is all we have built up, and we're not at war anymore for the first time in, like, literally 100 years. So, like, there's no domestic infrastructure, economy-wise, built up to, like, actually, like, hold up an economy, because it all just collapsed, because it was all being used to, like, it was all being paid for the war going on. So, it just kind of fell apart. The Soviet economy was always about war production. That was Stalin's whole mania. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But, like, when the Soviet-Afghan War hit, like, it became even more so leaning towards wartime production. Is Kadirov's betrayal? Yeah, pretty much Reaper. Broke up the Republic from a treaty that tentatively did establish a new form of union based on a more democratic structure. I gotcha. Got one, but looking at other stuff right now. I got you, Marks. Let me know if you got anything for me for, like, museums or historians and stuff. I'm still looking for one, sadly. Ugh. Maybe one day. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it was in every form of the word a coup on Yeltsin's attempt as well. Intent, I mean. No way they win the second. The Russians push them out of most of their lands. It's not just the betrayal. This sounds like World War I German cope. Yeah, of course it obviously isn't just the betrayal. But them, like, Kadyrov has obviously, like, made it obvious, like, so that Kadyrov has definitely, like, ensured that the Chechens will never, like, while he's in power at least, rise back up against Russia. Because, like, the Chechens probably would have been defeated in the second, like, Chechen war. But the issue is that 10 years later, they just would have started it back up again. Like, easily. It's like the Balkan states. Like, they would have immediately just, like, revolutionized again with the moment that they got their manpower back. And like, infrastructure was slightly rebuilt. So, like, while I will say, like, Kadyrov wasn't the cause of them losing, Kadyrov is what kept them from starting again. Say what you want about Khrushchev, but at least he kind of tried to turn the economy a bit more consumer-focused. It's the same with Gorbachev. That's exactly what it was. A lot of people, even in academia, blamed the failure of the Soviet Union solely on Gorbachev, when in reality it was his predecessor and Yeltsin after him that were the true causes of the Soviet Union actually dying. Like, if the Soviet-Afghan war had never been stupidly launched for literally no fucking reason, like, there was nothing to gain by Russia holding Afghanistan. They publicly stated that they were afraid of their southern border being, like, infiltrated because the CIA was in leagues with the Mujahideen, but in reality, the CIA was never in leagues with the Mujahideen until after the Soviet Union created the coup. The kingdom of Afghanistan was perfectly stable as a Soviet ally. It was just straight old imperialism, quite literally. They thought that they could get cheeky with it. They tried with it. They wanted to create like a Middle East, a staunch Middle Eastern ally that they could 100% depend on, because the U.S. had like Iran at the time, and they completely fucked it up. So. Because he was kind of kooky sometimes. He was definitely kooky. He was a fucking idiot. Ding and China did what Russia missed by going Stalin centralization over Bukharin's plans. Wait, what? Who's Bukharin? We got a lot of names being thrown around right now. Because he had the brightest white hair I've ever seen. He really did. It did look like he bleached his hair. But it probably was bleach, tiebreaker, because I'm pretty sure half of his fucking bloodstream was alcohol at all fucking times. One of you old Bolsheviks? I gotcha. Yeah, I'm afraid, like, Cold War and, like, World War II are, like, the limits of, like, my knowledge on Russian history. So, like, anything, like, the Soviet Revolution or, like, the Red and Whites and anything along that area is, like, something I don't really remember. Like, I've learned about it, it's just kind of been pushed out of my mind for other things. Along with Trotsky, who got vanished. I mean, to be fair, we know what happened to Trotsky. He got murdered in Mexico. He didn't get vanished, he just got straight up murdered in Mexico. Yeah, also, who didn't get vanished? Some top-level CIA guy reading the report of the Soviets invading Afghanistan because of CIA meddling and then deciding, holy shit, that's a great idea. It unironically is tiebreaker. That is exactly what happened. Like, the Soviets were invading Afghanistan, and their whole reason was to secure their southern border. That is literally what they said, against the United States. They took it, and then the CIA was like, hey, like, there's some dudes in the mountains with AKs that are causing a lot of fucking trouble for the Soviets that are being funded by Pakistan. What if we gave them Stinger missiles to make, like, to just pretty much give them free fucking kills on Soviet aircraft and, like, air support, thus making, like, their operations of hit-and-run tactics that more effective. And then, like, they did it, and it completely crippled the Soviet Union for, like, 8 years, at least. It also helps that, like, Pakistan is also another reason why, like, they were so successful, because, like, the Mujahideen would literally go hide in Pakistan, where the Soviets couldn't strike them, then move across the border, do their strikes over, like, a month period, and then run back to Pakistan. So the Soviets couldn't, like, chase them. Because I think at that time, Pakistan was not only a U.S. ally, but it was an ally to, I think, China, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember it completely, but there was a big reason internationally why the Soviet Union could not strike Pakistan. It's also just too fucking far. Plus, like, the entire bottom right corner of Afghanistan is, like, all mountains with very few villages or towns. So, like, that's where the Soviets weren't going to be, because they held all the towns, villages, and city centers. But none of the rural areas. So, like, it was like in the Soviet Union, it was like, you want to go literally anywhere? All right, well, the city's safe, but literally, like, the 60 miles that you have to traverse slowly on patrol in these, like, thinly armored BMPs and on foot is, like, going to be literal hell. Like, literally none of it is friendly territory. So what you're saying is I should put my secret base in those mountains? Yeah, honestly. You're friends with Pakistan, for sure. Hi, Rules Now. Welcome in. How you doing today? The Soviets started a road project to connect all the cities, but it kept getting attacked. Yeah, of course it did. The same thing happened to the USA when they occupied it. Yeah, but the US actually like did control rural areas like in between cities. They actually did safely control them because they were a little bit more committed and they were a bit more wiser about it. And I don't think Pakistan really funded the Mujahideen at the time. It's just that again, like you can be like a occupying force all you want. If a rebel force decides to be a rebel force for 30 fucking years, there's not really a whole lot you can do about it, you know? Like, you can occupy all you want. You're eventually gonna run out of money. It's up to the people actually living in Afghanistan at that point to build a strong government to push back against them if they don't want them. Otherwise, you shouldn't be occupying them. That's what they want at the end of the day. You can't just, like, force it. I got you. See you, Dread. It was great having you as usual, Dread. I loved having you here. I hope you sleep well and hope to see you back on Friday. A reminder, on Sunday this week, we will be doing War Thunder custom games. If you guys want to join in, it is always open. We'll be doing hide and seek, battle boats, probably a follow the leader type game mode. It'll be a lot of fun. Hey, Howler. It was us and the Chinese supporting the Mujahideen against the Soviets. Yeah, the Chinese and the Pakistan and Iran, and a host of other Islamic states at the time. There were a lot of people, and Europe in some points, were straight up funding. Practically everybody was funding the Mujahideen against the Soviets. Not even kidding. About China's MSS, also hoping Mujahideen. I wouldn't be surprised. There's this really weird period that a lot of people don't know about where, like, yes, China and Russia were both communist, but for a very long time, they fucking hated one another. Because Mao saw the Soviet Union as a, like, perversion of Marxist ideology and fucking hated them for it. Yeah, the Sino-Soviet split. Yeah. Yep. But a lot of people don't know about that. They just see, like, well, China's communist, Russia's communist. They've always been friends. No. They actually deathly hated one another. Like, straight up had conflicts. Almost straight up went to war multiple times. Over the North Chinese border, South Soviet border. Like, over Mongolia type shit. And some faction of the Mujahideen became the Taliban. That's true. But the Mujahideen is more like a group of people than it is like a terrorist org. They're just a nomadic peoples. Like, a lot of people conflate the two. They're not actually just like a terrorist organization. The Mujahideen were just straight up like nomadic peoples that lived in particular mountainous regions of Afghanistan. It's a culture. There were, as many as there were Mujahideen that were, like, extremely staunch Muslims that wanted to, you know...
Well, let me guess.
Oh my god, please. No! Ow! Okay. Yeah, it was a bunch of clans. So, essentially, like, you had, like, a bunch of Mujahideen that were, you know, like, straight up, like, hated, like, anything Western, as well as Soviet, and believed in, like, you know, what we see today with Islam, with, like, very hardcore religious Islamic beliefs. And you also had a lot of Mujahideen who worked with those people that were just straight up trying to set up a democratic government or bring the kingdom of Afghanistan back and reinstate the king of Afghanistan back. It was literally just a collection of people. So it's really weird when people, like, sit there and go, like, well, the Mujahideen were a bunch of terrorists. No, actually, it's not like the Taliban, where, like, they were a committed terrorist organization. It's literally a culture of people that just grouped together because they hated the Soviet incursion, much like most people in Afghanistan did at the time. Also, true tiebreaker. You had some Mujahideen that worked with the United States during the conflict there as well, yeah. During the war in Afghanistan. Because again, like, they weren't hardcore Islamists. They were Islamists, but they did actually want, like, democratic representations and things like that, so. Hey, Hark, how's it going, dude? Oh, that's what that does? Yeah, it is. Thanks for being mean, Tarn. Can we really call either China or the USSR communist? They never refer to themselves as communist societies, always claim to be socialists, trying to achieve communism. I mean, to be fair, VRS, I'm not a communist, or I don't believe in like communist theory really, but um, I do agree with the statement that you can't really be a purely communist state in a capitalist world. You have to have multiple other communist states around you to be able to remain communist. You can't just be individually communist and remain communist. You can only truly be socialist. I would just argue that one was way more authoritarian on the get-go than the other one was. And one made active negative decisions while one was just purely incredibly incompetent that ended up turning malicious. True, VRS. You're correct. It's going good, Alex. How are you doing? Welcome back. Also, hi, Skylar. Just unsuccessfully ran a 10-person raid, got curd stomped by the first boss. Ouch. Sorry to hear that. What game are you playing, Hark? History taught me most people don't enjoy being invaded. Hot take, I know, right? And I'm surprised when I see pictures of Taliban high-ranking figures visiting Beijing, meeting China's foreign minister a few days before the modern version of the fall of Kabul. Yep. You have to remember that there's always a bigger fish. Qui-Gon said it best. There's always gonna be like some worse faction that can unite the worst people you know. Crazy, I know. Perfect as always. Let's go. Hell yeah. Hey, Skylar. You're damn right I'm cute. Don't forget it. Yeah, as you guys can tell, I could yap endlessly about the Soviet-Afghan War and like Soviet Middle Eastern relations. It's something I really enjoy. Just because it's like one of those parts of history that a lot of people don't know about, and it's cool like knowing it, you know? Being able to share it. Like to literally like tell people about stuff and then be like, wow, I had no clue that ever happened. That's awesome. Like not awesome in the sense of like, oh, hooray, I'm glad it happened, but awesome as in like, oh, neato. Yo, holy shit. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, everyone. My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine Sun Goddess. I do History, War Thunder, variety streams. Today, we're doing a history stream. We're going to be focusing on Mr. Beat's President series, but we're currently talking about history stuff. I have a post-grad degree. If you got any questions, feel free to ask. There are no stupid questions. Thank you for the raid, Yuri. How was your stream? Hiya, lurky bird. How'd you know I was lurking? How'd you know I was lurking, you actually? I'm watching myself twice now. Gotta close out on it. Who else is on? Gotta go. Who else is on? Junk's on. Yeah, that'll be good. Okay. I can check my viewer list, you know? Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. You gotta go to work. It's all good, Oda-san. Hope you have a good day at work.
3 beans, please.
3 beans, please. Oh, I am a VIP. I forget. You're also a VIP in mine, obviously. Also, a big reminder, I am now streaming on YouTube. If you guys type !YouTube in the chat, it should give you the link. If you guys could send some views my way and lurk over there if you're in here, that'd be super helpful.
I will eat my neighbors.
I will eat my neighbors. That way, just so we can, like, reach new communities. Actually, let me double check this is the right one. This might be the Shorts channel. Let me double check. It's the Shorts. No, it's not. It's the right one. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm a dual platform stream. Yeah. We're doing it now. I'm gonna be a little bit more careful with YouTube streams because, like, I don't know, I might have to change up music during streams. I still want to run music, but thank you for the lurk, Goda-san. Yeah, the more people in here, the more attention it gets on YouTube, and if we can grow on both, that'd be super helpful, just in case something bad happens on one or the other, you know. Also, just reaching new people. Everyone always talks about how good streaming is on YouTube, so I thought I'd try it. It's been mixed so far. The first stream actually did pretty well, but the second one and third one have been pretty meh. I mean, Trotsky had a lot of things right about the depth of workers' power, but we cannot forget that he himself was responsible for the bad shit that happened during the Civil War. True. That's what's ironic about it, is that, like, a lot of people in that space, like, committed atrocities themselves and oppressed people themselves. And I find it kind of odd to try and claim that you can create an oppressless society by being oppressive first. It doesn't make sense to me. And I enjoy your company, so of course I'm gonna see if you're there. Well, thank you, Yuri. I'm glad that you think enough of me to come raid me and stuff like that. It really does mean a lot. YouTube algorithm greatly supports regular and shorter screen culture, like 4-hour streams a week, and that's what we'll be doing. We'll be doing 4 or 5 hour streams a week. I need to give it more time and let it build. But if you guys go in there and lurk with your YouTube channels, it does help grow faster. Every little bit helps. Plus, you can hear me like twice. Isn't that hot? You not only got one sexy bird in your ear, you got two. Let me get up in that earwax, boy. I'm sorry about that. Thank you for the pets. My country almost became communist state in 65, though a false flag operation that turned to be failed. Interesting. Why are you like this? 'Cause it's fun. 'Cause it's fucking fun, dude. And I have to really fucking pee, but I love you guys, so I'm holding on to it for a little bit longer. I'm sure it didn't, VRS. I'm sure it didn't, but ow, they still did end up doing it. Go piss, girl? Oh my god. Oh my god, will you cheer me on while I do it? Weird topic, weird question. I know I'm fucking weird for it, but I just want to see if anybody else does it. No, I'm not gonna say I deep throat beer bottles like Perfy's does. I know he's in here. But no, I don't deep throat bottles. That's not what I'm gonna ask. But something similarly weird. Does anyone else like count the seconds that they pee sometimes? Like, I've had really, maybe a weird topic. Actually, definitely a weird topic, but I don't care. Like, I've had some really long pees. Like, I'm talking like 20, 25 seconds. Like, not kidding. Like, straight up just sitting there like, any fucking minute now. Oh my god. Like, I got a big bladder. It's probably because I'm a bird. Over a minute? Holy shit, that's crazy. I feel like I've never gone for a full minute. I feel like I've definitely had times where I could have gone like 30, 45 seconds though. I will in a bit. I'm waiting. I'm fine. I've held it longer. Hey Zing, how's it going? 8-hour drive and I kept drinking water the entire time. You know you can like stop, right? Hercules, yes. Yeltsin's drunk ass, like, walking around American grocery stores was hilarious. He was, like, walking around and was like, fuck. Like, maybe Gorbachev had the right idea. This shit's sick. Hey, Melkaya, I'm doing great. How are you doing, hun? Fair, but I counter with, but why? Because, so you can pee and get snacks? Look, the best part about a road trip is stopping at the fucking... Okay, for example, if you ever drive through Arkansas, the number one common gas station in Arkansas is called Come and Go, and it's spelled K-U-M. I'm not fucking kidding. Ow! I'm still talking about the Come and Go. I don't care. The McDonald's can't stop me. But it's called the Come and Go. So honestly, some of the funniest shit in the world is like driving through Arkansas and like stopping at a Come and Go and getting yourself like a fucking Arizona tea and some combos, fucking slobbering all over that shit for like 10 minutes in the parking lot, and then after you've cummed, then you goed. Like, you just keep going. Then you have to drive through the fucking like purgatory that is Texarkana, and you're like, oh my god, ow. He wouldn't have been, he would have been, oh, you mean he would have been buddy? Yeah.
Well. Let me
Please.
guess.
No chair. Please. Ow. Okay. That's rude. in Arkansas can confirm Hara isn't wrong. Yeah, I had a friend who lived right around the corner from one, and he's like, bro, in the mornings, I just come and go. I gotta go get my coffee. I was like, that's horrific. The image of you in your, like, frat sweatshirt driving up to a come-and-go parking lot at the ass crack of dawn in your Prius, like your teal-green Prius, to buy a black coffee with a little bit of creamer. Just the thought, like, show that shit to, like, an ancient Egyptian field worker, and they'd be like, what in the goddamn hell am I looking at? Like, what is this? What frat guy drives a Prius? One that went to a private college. One that went to a private college. Ow, right in the hips. I mean, that is where it's aimed at. Luckily, I've got a big ass. There's a lot of tush there. You don't understand how much I'm holding back right now? No, please. Please. As an Arkansas friend would say, please feel free to stop, come, and go. Lorelai. I think I made a level 8 quilt after breaking his propellers twice with a recon drone. Oh, a level 8 quit. I thought it said quilt. I was like, excuse me? Yeah, I need to do that more with my drones. I forget that's something you can do is just ram helicopters with a drone and it'll straight up kill them. Does it give you the kill for it? I can't remember. I don't think it does, but it's still funny. Honestly, it's even better if it doesn't give you the kill, because then those nerds have to wait 5 minutes. I don't think I want to know what you get up to in a come and go. Usually pissing and buying really unhealthy snacks. Dude, grandma prestige level decides what level quilt you can make. Okay, to be fair, I thought that there was kind of like some kind of difficulty level for quilts. Quilts seem hard. We don't got come and go, we got pin and pack. What the fuck is a pin and pack? Yo, Quick Trip mentioned. Bucky's is better though. Dude, honestly, but like, all the come and goes should sell themselves to Bucky's, because every time I go to Bucky's, I go to the beef jerky bar, and I'm definitely coming somewhere. We're slowly but surely cleaning up top tier of the wallet warriors. I'll probably go faster with a swarm of level 100 jets. Yeah, I played a couple Japanese tanks 2 or 3 nights ago, like off stream, and like, man, the amount of KA-50s that were in the air it was just so lame. You should go, Howler. It's nice. I mean, if I'm being honest, it's like, I know you've been to the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid. It's like the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid in the sense of like, it's really cool, and you walk in, and for like 20 minutes, you're like, damn, this is kind of sick. This is really nice. They pay really well. They pay their employees well. The service is really fucking good. The food's pretty sick. It's clean as shit. And then like, you're like, oh, okay, well, it's been 20 minutes. It's just a big gas station. I guess I'll leave. Like, Colorado has all of the big regional gas stations, and Buc-ee's is elite. Do they really have a Buc-ee's over there? Hara, you won't believe me? Really? Really? I mean, you're not missing out on a ton, but like, it's literally just like a 10-minute trip. So I like how we've all moved on to Buc-ee's, and Red and VRS are still talking about, like, Soviet premieres. Speedy Stop? I gave your mom a Speedy Stop. Up here, ours are bland as shit. Circle K, 7-Eleven, boring. I mean, we have Circle K and 7-Eleven, to be fair, Melkaya. Honestly, though, someone said that, like, 7-Eleven shit. You're not wrong, but 7-Eleven said that they were going to start, like, stocking the kind of, like, sandwiches they have at 7-Elevens in Japan. And, like, straight up, like, that shit sounds amazing. I'm excited. 7-Eleven has better Slurpees? I fucking hate Slurpees. Fight me over it. Sorry. I hate Slurpees. I talk this stuff for fun. It is fun, Red. Sorry, Speedway has better Slurpees. Who the fuck is out here buying Slurpees? Who are you, Hara? Literally the goddess of the sun. Literally the goddess of the sun and of this cult, bro. Me? What flavor? What fucking flavor? I'll make you into a Slurpee flavor. Hara, I'll Slurpee your fucking mother. Shut up. I love Slurpee. What the fuck? Oh my god, okay. Apparently, I didn't realize there were a lot of fucking Slurpee freaks in my fucking chat. I will admit, I think I actually have had the blue raspberry one, because I like fake blue raspberry flavor. Well, as if there's real blue raspberry flavor. And it was okay. Do not put the Slurpee in the double gulp cup. You're gonna have to double gulp on this cup. Hands grab. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Hey! No lewd sounds in the chat. No making love to Slurpees in the chat. Not allowed. You should know that by now. You pull your dick out of that Slurpee, young man. You pull your dick out of that Slurpee, young man. Just come at you like a 3rd grade teacher. Slurpees are fine when it's super hot out. Normally I won't have one though. Too much sugar. Raspberries aren't blue. Well, they are if you tease them a good amount. Now I'm thinking of getting the Blackhawk. The Blackhawk does look cool, but hold on, Zing. They are bringing out the Super Hind in a couple patches, and that's what I'm waiting for. The same woman who was declaring her love of Come and Go like 5 minutes ago. Hey, leave me alone. It's my chat. It's my stream. It's my stream, and Mom said I get to make the rules. Atum said I get to make the rules. With more sugar. Is it really? But like blue raspberry sour. I've never had a raspberry flavor that's sour. See, this is what crazy. I don't really like Slurpees. Because like, I just think getting the melted, like normal drink tastes better typically. But, holy shit do I love daiquiris. Like, blackberry daiquiris, raspberry daiquiris. I don't like pina coladas. Like, just fucking banging. They're fucking banging. Vodka, rum, I don't give a shit. Peach daiquiri. It is not the same thing. It is not the fucking same thing. It is not even close. That is literally like saying Slurpees and snow cones are the same. They're not. They are not. You would like daiquiris? Yeah, something wrong with that? I like them. They're fruity. They got cute little fucking umbrellas that I can fucking jab into your eyeball. What about them? What about it? What's wrong with like a daiquiris? But I need to post this massive burb I found in your server. Is it me? Mainly the fact that the Gao 19 sounds so nice. No, that's fair. He did what to that Slurpee? You heard me. I will take over your stream. Good fucking luck. By the way, Howler, I don't know if you realized, but after the stuff that happened on Twitter, I had to go through and look at that, that PSA 10 Charizard you gave me. I just deep-throated a little bit. I just want to see sometimes. I'm kind of curious how far I can go. No, it's not weird that I don't have a gag reflex. I think it's kind of weird that you find that weird. I don't like that. You guys are making me feel called out right now for testing my gag reflex. I just want to know how it feels. What do you guys mean you never sucked off 2 hot dogs at the same time? You paid $5 for that. You paid $5 for that. Thank you. You paid $5 for that. Fuck you. Don't jab into my eyeball. I just wanted to share daiquiris with you. Oh. You guys ever had a bushwhacker? Bushwhackers are pretty good. I love out-of-context voice lines. The worst part is that I was making fun of one of my mods saying that, and that's what got put up, so. Feels bad, man. But also, same, Lorelai, babe. That's Perfees! I don't know, I know Perfees is here, I can see him. He's just not saying anything or he's AFK. Hara, what? I was making fun of Perfees. He said he liked deep-throating beer bottles. Saying he just liked to test his gag reflex. What was I talking about, though? Oh, bushwhackers.
Let me guess.
Please, no chair. Ow, okay. Good lord. But yeah, I don't know if you guys have ever had a bushwhacker, but it's really fucking good. It's like chocolate, coffee, coconut, like daiquiri with a fuck ton of liquor. Like a fuck ton of liquor. I think it has Jaeger in it. Talking about the Charizard. Oh, I was gonna say, I don't know if you saw what happened on Twitter. I don't know if you saw this, saw it happen on Twitter, how a really scary situation. However, I thought about it because, like, okay, so essentially what happened was a VTuber on Twitter was given gifts at a con by a fan. Little did they know that there was an air tag in it, and the person used the air tag to literally try to break into their house. So jokingly, Howler, I had to check the PSA 10 Charizard you gifted me and make sure there wasn't an air tag in it. You know, the completely clear box that would not be able to fit anything like that in it. So I got this clouding my head for a while. What is it, Reaper? Call that shit a come and go the way I'd be whack it. User was banished to Babylon for this post. Damn. Is that post Assyria? Why do people do that stalky stuff? I just don't understand, because they're very lonely people, VRS. Very mentally unwell, lonely people. But I'm not that good, plus I'm not that kind of person. I would hope so. Since Vichy France is German puppet state version of France, are they still issued by French-made equipment or replaced by German-made equipment? They still had French-made equipment, I believe. I'm pretty sure. I'm fairly sure that Vichy France still had French equipment. Hey Nova, welcome back. How you doing, hun? This is why we can't have nice things. True. You're not wrong. I literally gave you my address. You have more power over me at this point than, well, at least one of them. It was all a ruse. I'm keeping the Pokemon cards. You're all getting pipe bombs for Christmas. Speaking of which, there's at some point, probably this week, that I need to go through and actually like sign the Documakras. I have them with me. I've been trying to look for a fabric pen. I wanted to do a
Snip,
gold
snip.
one.
Give me your balls.
Yeah, I had them over. But apparently like they don't really make it and it comes out real easy, so I might have to do it black instead of gold. I really wanted to do a gold pen like I did with the Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Pokemon cards, but return to sender. That just makes me think of Elvis. You need some help? I can see what I can find. If you'd like, Howler. I found like one or two of them, but they didn't have great reviews was the issue. Hara Rae Sol brand anthrax for Christmas. You really think I'd be able to handle anthrax without like killing myself? Frankly, like seriously? Hara Rae Sol pipe bomb in this economy, splendid. You even put the umlauts. You're getting a special spicy one. Sounds like a skill issue. You being born was a skill issue. Like your mom, you came out screaming and your mom looked down at you and went just, God damn, I guess that's a skill issue. Fuck. I should have been better at it. They had to use a knife? Oh God, ew. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie, I don't plan on having kids, but the ideas of C-sections horrify me, so. Yeah. No thanks. I'll pass. What else were we talking about? There was something else I planned on getting back to. I forget. I can't remember. You don't mind me asking, why did you do your focus on the Soviet-Afghan War? Because typically when you want to do like a seminar or a dissertation, you're meant to focus on something that like is niche, like really niche, even within the like academic community. And the Soviet-Afghan War was not only niche, but I made it even more niche by presenting the argument across the entire dissertation. You have to make an argument as well, obviously. That the prevailing academic theory that economic policies caused the collapse of the Soviet Union were incorrect, and that it was actually like the retreat out of out of Afghanistan. And I did that by tracing not only like firsthand testimony by the Soviet government, which I had records of, I gained access to, but also like books on like Soviet, like by Soviet citizens, on like the effects of the war on them at the time. Like, for example, yes, Zinky Boys, you know of it, VRS. Holy shit, you actually know of the book. That actually makes me so happy. I've actually never heard, I completely unprompted too, I've actually never heard somebody actually like refer to the book Zinky Boys. That's like one of the main testimonials I used for that dissertation. If you guys don't know, Zinky Boys, well, a really weird fucking title for a book, is essentially referring to the fact that a lot of Soviet troops were sent home in zinc coffins, and were never allowed to be opened. Like, they literally sent in a military attaché with the coffin because they didn't want the families opening up the coffin and finding out that it wasn't their kid. Yep. Kind of like my coworker in DC did a dissertation over the Hutu-Tutsi conflict and the spillover into the Congo. Yeah, exactly. Whoa. Hold on, I think V-Bridger's fucking up. Hold on. How odd. Alright. Stop being weird. That kind of stinks. We haven't had a problem with V-Bridger in forever, and it's starting to fuck up again. That's rad as hell. I know, right? Really messed up but interesting. I know, right? That's like the least of it, too. You had, like, for example, like, tourniquets that were sent with the troops during the Soviet-Afghan war. Like, their tourniquets literally did not work. Like, I don't mean as in, like, we're shit. They literally did not work. So they effectively didn't have tourniquets. What other books can you recommend? Ooh. Give me 5 seconds. I'm gonna get up and go look at my bookshelf to the left of me real quick. And I'll give you some. I'll tell you the exact ones I used for my paper. Give me 5 seconds, chat. Okay, I'm back. The other one I'd recommend is, it's literally just called The Soviet-Afghan War by Lester Grau. Another series that I read, that one's really good. Hold on, give me a moment. Actually, it would have been smarter. Let me just pull up the paper itself. Give me a moment. I'll just pull it up and tell you what books I used. It's in here somewhere. Just gonna take me a moment. There it is. I found it. I've got a prospectus for it as well, so like I can even give you like a rundown of each book. Let me find it. Okay, so that one's for Zinky Boys. I compared it to Richard Slotkin's Gunfighter Nation. I drew parallels with like American society and its reaction to Vietnam. I was also a part of it. It was a very long paper. We're talking like 30, 40 pages. Let me see. Okay, the prospectus was not what I was looking for. I'll just give you the reading list on the final. Okay, so books I used, holy shit, I actually used a lot. A lot of these are also like first-hand sources. So they're more like documents or news stories. Let me see. Yeah, there's a lot of like academic articles that you really want to have access to unless you pay for something. Okay. So, one would be Afghanistan, Soviet invasion and civil war by the World Peace Foundation. Zinky Boys, Superpowers defeated, Vietnam and Afghanistan compared by Borer Douglas. The Soviet experience in Afghanistan. Oh no, that's Australian Journal of International Affairs. That'll be a journal. Out of Afghanistan, the inside story of the Soviet withdrawal by Diego Cordovez and Selig Harrison. Let me see here. Yeah, the Soviet-Afghan War, How a Superpower Fought and Lost by Lester Grau. This one's from the Afghan perspective. Afghanistan, the Soviet invasion and the Afghan response, 1979 to 1982 by Hassan Kakar, K-A-K-A-R. Let's see here. I think another one is A Bitter Harvest, the Soviet intervention in Afghanistan and its effects on Afghan political movements by Evan Coleman. Is there another one? I think that's it. There's like 2 other books. I think one's called like The Bear and the Mountain. But they are extremely dry reads is the issue. Like they're extremely, extremely dry. Was that a rat on your wing? What are you talking? Down here? No, he's not on my wing. It's not a wing, it's a cape. Oh, I didn't pee. So I'll do that in a minute. Lions led by donkeys. They had a whole series on the Soviet-Afghan War. That sounds interesting, VRS.
Let me guess.
No chair, please! Ow, okay. So just to make sure I have the right book, it's Zinky Boys by Svetlana Alexievich. Yes, that is it. That is it. Was the Soviet Union's Vietnam? It absolutely was. I'm doing good, Anubis. Anubis 6, how are you doing? Did you ever restart your router? Yeah, I did. I did it a couple days ago. Are things being fucky-wucky? It's looking pretty good on my end, actually. Knock on wood. Kind of like my bookshelf, except it's antebellum World War I focused books, like by Tuckman. I've actually got the Shelby Foote entire series on the Civil War. It was given to me by my grandmother. I haven't actually even cracked it open, but it's 3 thick-ass books. I need to crack it open sometime. Oh, European antebellum. Oh, okay, interesting. Hey, Buttered. Appreciate it. I've also found the end of the Soviet Union interesting and want to learn more. All good. And at the risk of this sounding incredibly stupid, it was spurred on by the band Kino ending up on my Spotify somehow. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no stupid reason for wanting to learn more. There's really not. Like, it's like saying dumb questions. There are dumb questions, but like, it's only if you've already been given the answer, or if you can easily should know the answer, which is pretty rare. Called Nazi Hunters. Ew. Was that on Mossad? Was that a book on the on Mossad? The Israeli Secret Service, or not Secret Service, Israeli intelligence agency or whatever. That's the only thing I can imagine it being about. The Man in the High Castle is the only other like fictional history stuff I really know of that kind of sucks. Nice, Reaper. Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoy that stuff. Seriously. That's true, Red. It's just that Mossad was known for, like, most of the big operations. But why do they have to make it sci-fi? It's because they tried to pull, like, a Jetsons with it. It was kind of weird. A thrilling spy mission, a moving Holocaust story, and a first-class work of narrative fiction, non-fiction. Okay, that kind of sounds like bullshit. That kind of sounds like bullshit. Almost definitely Mossad. But but it sounds like bullshit. Mostly because, like, honestly, like, purely, like, non-fictional academic books never have to say non-fiction. Because it's just obvious through the writing. I get you, Red. It is an interesting idea. I just don't think it was, like, done well. I read it back. You read that back in grade school? Interesting. That's an intense topic for grade school. Even I didn't read Anne Frank until, like, 7th or 8th grade. I can't even remember, like, what I did read at the library in, like, grade school. It's been so long. The only thing I remember doing is, like, Sudoku once in the library because they were giving away candy if you completed it, and I fucking hated every minute of it, but still finished first. Apparently I'm just good at Sudoku. I don't even know if I did it right. I just filled it out, threw it in the thing, and she gave me candy. I was like, fuck yeah. Hell yeah. We're cooking. I agree, tiebreaker. You've never read Anne Frank? It's... Honestly, it's like... It's so horrifying in so many ways that you don't realize as a kid that it's actually better if you reread it as an adult. Roadside Picnic and Metro series. What's Roadside Picnic? The big ass eyewitness books. Oh, never mind. I remember now. The fucking treehouse books or whatever. Where like the brother and sister like went through time and shit. That shit was weird. But I read that. I read the Guardians of Ga'Hoole as well, which was literally like cats, but it was birds instead. Like it was like warrior cats, but it was birds instead. It was owls. Like. And that's where it all started, worshippers. That's where it all started. Also read, Series of Unfortunate Events. Yeah. Oh, and Rick Riordan series. Okay, that's cool. Sounds really neat, Red. Magic Treehouse. It was weird. It was kind of weird. Magic Treehouse was my shit. There's a sentence I never expected to read in chat. Like, actually, though. That's some shit I've never expected to read in chat. Anyone here read the novel version of Hunt for Red October? I haven't. I haven't even seen the movie. I need to. Hatchet? I don't think I've heard of that one. Alright, guys. I've been holding it in long enough. I'm going to the little bird's room. I'm going to grab a quick snack, and I will be right back in about 5 minutes. And then we're going to start watching our videos, like the President's videos by Mr. B. Alright, guys? Don't go anywhere. If you do, I will shank you with a rusty spork and fill all your orifices with sand. Alright. Be right back, friends. Oh, really? Ow, okay, that's toxic. Sorry for the long wait, guys. I went to go get a bite of food and it took way longer than I thought it would. I just wanted to nibble. Nibble, turn it into a minute. Another? What do you mean another? Another what? But CVRS, I'll get your... I was about to say get your holes later, but that sounds weird. No, I didn't fall in. We've been over this. You'll what? Don't worry about it. Yo, thank you for the follow. Pyromancer VT, welcome into the cult. How you doing today? Opportune time as usual. Alright. Oh, okay, I see how it is, Rico. You like the music more than me. Alright, whatever. That's toxic. Thank you, Cass. How you doing? Alright, so the video we're going to be watching today is by, one of them at least, is by Mr. Beat. It's called The Worst 10 American Presidents. Yes, I washed my fucking hands. You came back from work? Oh, I hope you had a good day at work. Welcome in. Well, we're going to watch, the video, Worst 10 American Presidents by Mr. Beat. There's a second one I've got knocked up, readied up. Good God, what is my brain today? I've got another one, like, queued up after this one, because this one's only, like, 10 minutes. But, it'll be really fun to watch. Doing good? Just made dinner? Let's go! What'd you make? Holy shit, 2:15 a.m. Sheesh. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut your mouth! Shut your mouth! Shut your mouth! Stop! No! Alright, so let's go ahead and get started. You guys are still free to talk. I will definitely pause the video to talk about you guys, so. Ooh, brown sugar bourbon chicken. That sounds amazing. That sounds really tasty. Alright, well, I wasn't gonna have a soda. I've only got one left. Ow. Is it? There it is. But I'm gonna have a soda. I'll have to go buy me some more this week. Ah. Packing down a music gig? That sounds sick. I hope it was a good time. Alright. Like I said, feel free to keep chatting about whatever. I'm going to go ahead and start the video up. I'll pause it if I, like, need to do a long explanation about something. But otherwise, we'll just chat. That's a nice crack. I know, right, Coon? Hey, Red.
What is up? I am Mr. Beat, and President's Day...
By the way, I'd like to add, if you guys have never seen a Mr. Beat video before, he is a little awkward. He's kind of a bit of an awkward guy. He's like Report of the Week. I don't know if you guys have ever watched Report of the Week. The guy that does the food. Like the food reviews. The dude in the suit. He's kind of like that, but it's for history. Glad to have a distraction today. Hi, Red Tom. Welcome back. How's it going? I love your voice, Hara. Oh, thank you, Irony. That's so sweet of you. Honestly, you guys telling me that you love my voice is like probably the best compliment you can give because I'm like so self-conscious about it. But yeah, we'll get to the video. Sorry.
is over, so no longer are we going to be praising past presidents, but we are going to be talking trash about past presidents.
Somebody send Obama some life hacks on how to be a good president.
Ouch.
Haha. Like I bet that would help. LOL.
Here is my video counting down the
10 worst
Give an 11 out of 10
presidents in
laughs, so
American
really?
history.
According
I think mine's, like,
to
not very
my
cute,
opinion,
but-
this is just my opinion. I'm a little biased. We all are, so keep that in mind. I'm also aware that this may reveal some of my political beliefs, and that's fine. But without further ado, let's just jump right into it, as Philip DeFranco says.
Yeah,
Number 10,
you beautiful
Benjamin
bastards.
Harrison. Okay, he was all about really high
Really?
tariffs, and
I haven't
you all
seen
know
that,
how
Pyro.
I
I'll have
feel
to check
about
it out.
tariffs, right? Right. I'm not a very big fan of tariffs.
Yeah, tariffs are
Bad
pretty
job,
dumb.
Benjamin. Harrison was supportive
Let us
of the
begin. Don't
overthrow
accept the
of
lettuce.
Queen Leoquilani and the taking of Hawaii, which is one of the shadiest parts of American history. Also, the Wounded Knee Massacre.
Oh, that sounds really
occurred
cool,
under his
Tom.
watch.
Holy shit.
Okay, not only did Harris...
A psych paper on hypnotherapy sounds badass. Are you looking into like any like MK Ultra stuff? At least I think it was part of MK Ultra. It might have just been drugs, but I'm pretty sure there was like hypnotherapy as part of MK Ultra. Is the laugh voice a personality? So it's all 10 to 10 to me. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Of course, you guys are gonna hit me with a chair in like 5 minutes, but his way of speaking's crazy. I'll try to remember to look it up. Then tiebreaker. Cutie. Shut it. Honestly, you guys are making me too flustered. We're interrupting the video. We're interrupting the video. So chill out. Chill out. The numbers, Mason.
And approve, but the Army gave out medals of honor like they
Ow.
were candy afterward for a massacre. Number 9. Andrew Johnson. Now, I wasn't going to put him on this
Hey,
list. I feel like
Fisto.
a lot of historians talk a lot of trash about him unfairly, but, you know, I'm all about character, right? And this guy was driven by his ego. This guy cared first and
I hate to
foremost
say, I know, like,
only
nothing about
his own
presidents.
legacy and his own desires. He refused to compromise, and he seemed to dig in his heels when he faced opposition. Speaking of opposition, just as blatant opposition to civil rights for African Americans, as seen with his fighting the 14th and 15th Amendments and Civil Rights Act, I mean, that ended up holding back African Americans for generations. This makes him look
Yeah.
exceptionally bad.
I think he was
a
the
white
one that ruined
supremacist,
restoration.
But mostly, though, his stubbornness in politics. I mean, I know the radical Republicans that he opposed were
I get that,
also
Buttered,
stubborn,
but it's
his
interesting
refusal
hearing
to
about like
compromise
what they
with them
did.
just made it look like he only cared about his own selfish desires and didn't care about the greater good of the country. Number 8, George W. Bush. Okay,
Ouch.
obviously, I'm even more biased living through the presidency of George W. Bush, but I disagreed with his response to the 9/11 attacks in several ways. The AUMF, or the Authorization to Use Military Force Against Terrorists, basically give a blank check for
You kind of have
the
no
president
clue what's
to
happening in
fight.
conversations like this. I mean, that's what's the nice thing about Mr. Beat is that like he understands that and he explains it really well. You're just gonna have to like pay attention a little bit. you have to give it a quick look. Not that kind of focus and sort of not really hypnotherapy, I think. Mostly pointing out its flaws, such as me being shocked about how many psych articles involve hypnotherapy and menopause. That sounds crazy, Tom. Honestly, if you're like, when you get done writing it, if you want to scrub all your personal info off of it, I'd love to read it. That sounds really interesting. Ugh, that sounds like something I frankly would like to learn about. Give me like half a second.
Terrorism around the world, it's still in effect. The Patriot Act, which really was one of the worst laws ever passed in American history.
Yeah,
really
Patriot
stripped
Act is pretty
many
not great.
civil liberties that Americans used to take for granted. The Iraq War, dragging out the Afghanistan War with no end in sight. Not a fan of all these things. His response to Hurricane Katrina.
Hypno
The Great
VTubers out there.
Recession
That doesn't
happened
surprise
under
me
his
at all
watch,
with the
and
number
he
of like
responded to it
ASMR
with crony
artists or
capitalism, which
people
I'm
there
not a
are.
big fan of. Bailing out banks and corporations, etc. No Child Left Behind. No teacher I know actually is a fan of No Child Left Behind. Not a good law. He expanded the surveillance state. The Department of Homeland Security, the TSA, all that. Detaining
Look
suspects
up secret
without
subject.
warrants,
I'll be
who were
sure
never
to after
charged with
stream.
any
Thank you,
crime, never
Pyre.
given any due process. Just showed that he often made decisions out of fear.
No
not
child
out of
gets
reason.
ahead. True.
But such a nice guy, though. I love you, W. Sorry about this, if you're watching. Number 7, Woodrow Wilson. First of all, Cypher from The Cynical Historian has definitely influenced my
We
perception
shall see. It's
of
only a
Woodrow
rough draft for now.
Wilson.
Sorry for distracting. No. Please don't ever apologize for talking about something that you're passionate about in chat. The videos are just here to add some fun stuff to talk about. Like, I love talking and commentating on it, but if you have other stuff you want to talk about, please say it to me. I love talking with you guys about this kind of stuff. Seriously, Tom. So please don't ever feel like you're distracting me. It's my job to have fun conversations with you guys. So please give me that material. The TSA, the agency that has never passed a single test it has been given. I mean, honestly not wrong.
So a shout out to him. Go watch his 2 videos where he just completely bashes him. Wilson was all about spreading democracy around
That guy's
the
got a
world,
really
very
long,
egocentric
angular
foreign
face.
policy. Sure, it said, hey, self-determination, right? But it assumed that Americans knew what was best for the entire
No
world.
chair!
And thus, Wilson
Don't you
paved the
dare.
way for
Well,
future
well,
American
Oh my
interventionism.
God.
One big reason he got elected
Ow.
in 1916 was because he said he kept the country out of World War I.
Okay, hold on. I'm pausing it again. I'm sorry. Just because Cass mentioned it, what the fuck is a piss tuber? I saw Kijit on Twitter talk about it, and I asked them, and they didn't fucking answer. And I am horrified and scared as to what a piss tuber is. I unironically don't know. I was not part of the VTuber community for the first year or so. I'm not kidding. So anything that happened, and I don't watch big VTubers. So like, I really don't watch VTubers a whole lot at all, frankly. I watch my friends, and that's about it. But like, I literally don't know. I literally have no clue. Toma. Who was that? Is that the one that got like really like weirdly friendly with her people? Like with her community? What the fuck? It's on her fucking virtual YouTuber wiki. What? It's like the 3rd sentence. Dude, how obsessed, how well known do you have to be known for it to be like the 3rd sentence? Toma is a female Chinese-American VTuber and streamer who likes to sing, scream, and never shut up. She's been streaming since June 2020. She's known for her crazy and energetic personality, angelic voice, and her obsession with piss. What the fuck? She definitely wrote that herself. Bro, what? That's wild. That's crazy. That's gotta be a joke, right? That's gotta be a joke, right? I'm not coping, right? That's gotta be a joke. Surely. Like it's like a thing. Like it's like a thing. Like they're not actually pulling a joking Undyne. Undyne who was joking. Who like being like hounding for piss.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Like, what the fuck? Talk about being pissed off. That's disgusting. That's really disgusting. Okay. All right. That's crazy. No, that's wild, bro. Oh, I've actually seen some of her posts before. I don't know. Like, what I gotta ask, like, what is with VTubers and, like, unironically being really fucking weird? Like, I kind of get it. I kind of get it. Like, if she's not joking, obviously. If it's just, like, a fucking, like, gimmick, then I totally get it. But, like, why can't VTubers be slightly normal? Like, this is, like, I feel like every other week, I find a new facet of VTubing that is the equivalent of, like, furries and diaper furs. Like, am I the only one that feels that way? Like, I'm not gonna say I'm a normal person by any sense. Like, I just made a, like, fucking 10-minute joke about a gas station called Come and Go. But, like, dude. 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 I feel like some do it to get their name out there, so people who would be interested in it would be drawn to watch. I mean, that is definitely what a gimmick is. That is the definition of a gimmick, so that makes sense. It can't all be melody, I suppose. Yeah. Like, Like, I don't mind lewd tubers, but like, what's with the weird fetishism? It's so weird. Again, do what you do. Like, I might be judgy, but I'm not gonna ever like keep you from doing it. It's just weird.
He gets reelected. He gets the country involved in World War I, asking Congress to declare war, and they do. And during the war, the Espionage Act, the Sedition Act, two of the worst laws in American history.
Well, of course, Rico.
Urinating on the
You don't
First
need VTubing
Amendment.
to know
And
that.
Cypher pointed this out in one of his videos. I never knew this, but apparently he wanted the Sedition Act before the United States even entered World War I. And most of our presidents were racist, okay?
That's
We've got to
crazy.
consider historical relativism, but Wilson was exceptionally racist even for his time. The screening of
crazy.
The Birth of a Nation at the White House and then calling it
Holy
historically
shit.
accurate, not a very smart move by Wilson.
Holy
Ignoring all the
shit.
lynchings that were going on across the country when he was president. He
Why do you have a
ignored
mac
lot of
and
things,
cheese alert?
apparently,
You know
ignoring
why.
women's
You
rights.
know why.
They were marching across the country for the right to vote. He ignored them. He ignored the first Red Scare.
Pyre, I don't care what people are into. Like, I don't think it's I'm not surprised that people are into that. I'm just surprised that people like are not only like comfortable enough to like freely share that stuff, but like to do it and then people respond with, "Oh yeah, this person's really sick for shoving their love for bodily fluids in my face." Like, that's what's weird to me. Is it's like you guys are forming a community around like whatever it's called. I'm gonna say water polo, but water sports. That's fucking weird, man. That's fucking weird.
Going on, a lot of chaos around the country, didn't do anything about it. Number 6, William McKinley. This one may surprise
I thought that
many
said
of you
William
because
McKink-
McKinley is
McKink-
consistently
McKinkley.
ranked in the top
Oh, wow.
half of
Saying it multiple
presidents,
times
usually
made it sound
because
way
the
better.
economy was good when
I
he was
asked what a
president,
piss tuber
and the
was,
US
Howler, and I got
becoming a
sent down a
world
rabbit hole I
superpower
didn't
due
know I
to
didn't
a
want to
more
go down.
aggressive foreign policy. Well, guess what? This foreign policy sucked.
Exactly,
McKinley's
tiebreaker.
foreign policy was based on a Christian /
Yeah.
American exceptionalism mentality that meant the U.S. was going to be spreading its influence around the world. in
William
places it
McKinkley.
shouldn't be. The Spanish-American War, a war
My
built
bad.
on lies.
I'm going back to
McKinley,
finding a
struggled with the
therapist,
decision
alert,
first,
apt.
But after talking to God said,
It still
yes,
could be
you
work.
should go to war with Spain, and so he went to Congress after that, and they declared war on Spain. The Philippine-American War that happened as a continuation.
I'm not sure, Tom, but considering that like Mr. Beat is doing it, when was this video made? Oh, that was 6 years ago. Considering Mr. Beat already did it, like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. As long as you don't just rest on it like I just did, I think it's perfectly fine. And again, like, this is definitely, like, obviously more of an educational stream, so. Lewd stuff isn't quite my brand for when I make content. I'm totally fine with lewd stuff. I'm fine with people being open about lewd stuff. I just think I think it can be taken way too far, and VTubers are one of the online communities that have a really bad tendency of taking it too far.
Killed civilians and rounded
And thus
them
they get a
up
bad
and put
reputation
them
for it.
into concentration camps. McKinley justified
One that's not
this
always
because
fair.
He thought the Filipinos were incapable of self-governing. He was the first to bypass Congress.
It
to
is
send
not,
troops to
Cass.
fight
I wish
in
it was.
China during the Boxer Rebellion. As I said earlier, yes, the
I would have been
economy was
ejected
doing
long
well
ago.
under McKinley's
True,
watch,
Lorelai.
but he had high tariffs, and again, I am not a fan of high tariffs. But mostly, I'm a critic of McKinley due to his brash imperialism.
And like to also clarify, I don't think they're a bad person or anything. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm definitely judging. I'm not lying. I'm definitely judging.
Richard Nixon.
But I don't think she's a bad
He was
person. I don't even think she's a
pathological liar
like
who mostly just cared about himself
less
and his
than
own legacy, not the
average
general
person, frankly.
welfare
It's just
of the
weird to
country.
me. It just
Boy,
weirds
did
me
that
out.
backfire. I know there are a lot of obvious reasons to hate on Nixon. He was a crook. I mean, Watergate. His
VTubers have a
paranoia
really
and
bad tendency of taking
backstabbing
it too
make
far.
seem
Looks at
obvious
Bao.
why
I mean,
he's on
actually,
this
prime
list and
example.
most
Like,
people's
unironically,
lists.
prime example.
However, the war on drugs.
But like that's, I mean, we're getting real off the Mr. Beat video. I didn't expect us to have a conversation like this, so I'll keep it paused. So I'm just not talking over Mr. Beat. But sorry, Mr. Beat. But there is something really odd about like the VTuber community, where like I think a lot of people in it are like so out of the bounds of like regular people. Like I don't want to sound like really mean because I'm not trying to be mean, but like it's not just the anonymity. It's not just that tiebreaker. It's also just like straight up like if you're into VTubers, you're part of a niche of a niche. So like being a neat part of a niche means that you're gonna get some really like you're gonna get some people in it that don't talk to people outside a whole lot. Thus, they don't understand social cues, and like they don't understand that things that they say in public are weird, or that is like really uncomfortable, make like normal people like extremely uncomfortable, and stuff like that. So like they act like this, and then like streamers kind of build a community off of it because it's a prevalent part of the community, and it's a really easy, like not easy, but like it's a consistent way to get good viewership.
Let me guess.
Don't even move the chair, please. Okay, rude. Get out of the way. Niche continues to not sound like a real word. It sounds like I'm trying to say Nietzsche, and I'm just saying it wrong. Ow. Yeah, I've seen VTubers get banned, bring up a picture of someone that's sex work related on Twitch and complain about it when 90% of VTuber outfits would get caught out of a skin tuber wore it. I mean, to be fair, Cam, that happens because like a lot of VTubers just straight up refuse to understand like why they're getting in trouble. I will admit, Twitch is a little biased against VTubers. I am a big believer of that. But if I'm also being completely honest, like it also feels like VTubers just have no fucking clue like why those people can dress like that on Twitch and they can't, and the answer is because they stay in the right categories and they don't move out of them. Like they stay in their lane. That is it at the end of the day. They stay in their lane. Twitch doesn't have to worry about them being in normal gaming communities and stuff like that. Also, as somebody that's dressed like this even, I will also say it is kind of interesting that like VTubers have this really weird tendency to like make outfits that literally nobody in real life would ever wear. Like they're so like revealing, or there's so much like stuff to them, or like they're just so all over the place that like they don't really reflect like real clothing. And I find that to be understandable because it's anime and it's an OC. However, I also find that really odd in the sense of like literally no one has like regular clothing on. Like I've got that outfit coming out at the end of this month, and I feel like that's the closest outfit I think I've seen on Twitch to looking like something that someone would actually wear outside. I mean, possibly buttered, but can you blame them when that makes up a lot of the people of the community? You can't blame the streamers for that. You have to blame the community for that. It's the same thing as like the naked, half-naked women streaming on, pools and hot tubs and stuff. They wouldn't do it if they didn't get paid for it. I don't agree that they should be doing it, but they wouldn't do it if they didn't get paid for it. They're cartoons that are animated. It's more like you can choose. Okay, so here's the difference, Hummer. The issue that a lot of other VTubers make that they don't fucking understand is that, like, you can't use, like, well, I'm just a woman argument when you're talking about, like, showing too much skin as a VTuber. You choose how your VTuber looks. Like, if it's harder to ban a lady with a low crop top that's not using, like, a VTuber model and is actually just showing herself. Because, like, at the end of the day, she can't argue, these are literally just my boobs. Like, I'm sorry that my shirt was too low cut, but this is literally just me me being a human being. You know what I mean? We get to pick what a VTuber looks like. I got to pick giving myself a fucking boob window and, like, wearing a skin-tight leotard. So, like, if people look at my design and go, it's a little sexual, I'm not gonna argue against it. And I'm not going to pull the, well, it's just naturally who I am card, because it's not. I did this on purpose. Not to draw in people, because I like the look of it, because it is a little sexy. But, like, that's like, the big difference. Is that, like, of course, like, Twitch is going to be, like, a little bit more heavy-handed in hitting VTubers, because, like, they don't have to worry about that aspect, you know? You described it perfectly with your one Twitter post about VTubers when viewership starts to slip. I mean, that was unironically a joke. I was unironically joking about it, but it's still like one of those like tongue-in-cheek jokes where it's like, yeah, I definitely believe it a little. I don't think it's as rampant as a lot of people believe, but it's not exactly wrong either. Could I get uppies? Hi, Killabilly. Yeah, sure, why not? I think I'm shorter than you most likely, but I could fly you upwards. You ever been on a magic boat ride? But how you doing? Welcome in. The next outfit you got coming out is way more normal than like 99% of what's out there. That's what I'm saying. And the thing is like I don't think it's like people I don't think it's people being over sexualized. I think it's a lack of creativity is what I think it is. I think at the end of the day it's kind of a lack of creativity. They'll see something that like a hot anime character's drawn in or something and be like, "I want that." When like it's not like really realistic clothing. So like most people just kind of default to the like, okay, well, when I'm making my new outfit, something that people really like is like, for example, like thigh squish. Like I have a little bit of that because I like thigh squish. So you get thigh squish. And then it's like, well, there's a lot of people that like midriff too. So I'm going to show midriff. All right, well, obviously we have to have the cleavage show pretty well because, again, I want to look sexy, but at the same time also, because a lot of people like sexy, and there's a lot of outfits in anime that look like that. So, it's like, it's not like an any one person is ever going to be an issue kind of thing. It's just like, it's unironically like a we live in a society moment. Like, unironically, where like, at the end of the day, it's just like it's so popular and ingrained in anime culture that like that's just gonna be the norm. What's ham with it? I'm chilling. Can I be your cheese? Honestly, it really brings the outfit together in a unique way. Thank you. Adjacent is about the topic of art and comics and manga and expression using realistic versus emotive art. Think Mega Monster versus Yu-Gi-Oh! JoJo. Interesting, Rid. No, I completely agree, Red Tom. I completely fucking agree. I agree a lot of it is about personal expression, but also I think that you would also be painting too fine of a brush to a lot of people. I think that there's a lot of people that kind of, unironically, like I think there's a lot of people that just throw their design to an artist. Like they have a couple ideas and they throw it to an artist, and then the artist pretty much comes up with the whole, like 90% of the idea, which is usually going to be pretty sexualized because anime artists are just also like that. And then they look at it and go, yeah, that's perfect. It looks amazing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's enough on track of what they were thinking of. I feel like a lot of people don't have a clear design that they think of in their head before it gets to an artist. Yo, thank you for the follow, Rico. Welcome into the cult. I feel like the VTuber community as a whole is just really misunderstood from both sides. I agree, but I also don't think the people in the VTuber community help it at all. That's why I'm a bunch of pixels. Also, I don't have to commission anyone. There you go. Yeah, sure, Lorelai. Go ahead. As someone, I forget that we actually have a resident anime artist in here. Please feel free to like tell me if I'm wrong. I'm actually curious about it. But I do really think that a lot of it is influenced purely by the fact that like anime as a genre since like the 80s has been sexual as fuck. I think that's like the reality of why VTubers are the way they are. Because for most VTubers, it's like people that grew up in those communities and they hung around with people that like had different boundaries than most normal people. So like they're more comfortable outwardly pushing past a lot of boundaries that would be regular. Actually, I've done 2 pretty in-depth designs where the clients and their agent have come with me with designs, and they're pretty intent on what they want. Really? Interesting. Hey, Janelle Scran, welcome in. How's it going? I will say, though, Lorelai, if they have an agent, quote-unquote, they are more likely to have an idea thought out because it's, again, part of, like, an agency, typically. Indies, however, I think that they have a concept in mind, but as for, like, actual, like, purely like built together thing, I don't think they actually have like a full like top to bottom outfit ready. Like for example, like I can't draw, like, well, I used to be able to. I can't draw anymore. I used to be able to, but I know how to find reference images. So what I did is that I came up with a full outfit in mind and like built it on paint. Like I found like a character like pose of like just like a blank character outline. and I would throw pieces of clothing on it that I would find online until I liked it, and then I would edit it in Paint, which was like Clip Studio, honestly, with like different colors and like just like really like crude lines and stuff like that until I had like pretty much this full outfit. There were, of course, a few changes, and there were, of course, inputs by the artist to change a couple things, but like I had a full concept in mind. I knew what I was going for. There's symbolism in almost everything on this model, even though a lot of people don't realize that. Like there's like I don't think people realize like the thought that goes into this. Like for mine at least, I feel like. And so like essentially like it's not just like for example for me it was never just like, oh yeah, we're going to add like a little something here just to fill in the space. You know what I mean? Like it was like I have exactly an idea of what I want. The outfit is together and there will be small additions or changes made and that's about it. Especially for the outfit that's coming out because that's based on things that I wear in real life. So like that one was honestly easier than my base model because like again it's based off of stuff that I wear IRL. Yo, thank you for the follow, Couch Burgers. I fucking love your name. How's it going? Yeah, Lorelai, I also feel like artists are the creative ones that are able to do that more frequently. Because like I don't want to sound like being uncreative is a bad thing or like not being creative is a bad thing because it's not. Some people just don't have a creative oriented mind. It's just how it goes. Some people are going to be more creative than others. I don't think I'm the pinnacle of creativity by any means. But at the end of the day, there are people that are more creative than others. And so some have to turn to artists to do it for them, which is perfectly fine. But it does lead to a lot of designs being pretty sexualized.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Yeah, I know, my takes suck. That's just JPEGs on clothes and a rough outline. That would be funny. I just grabbed a skull, blanket, and some ribbons. True, and it looks great. Just done something and people love it. Well, also, Lorelai, there's also this, like, I mean, I'm not going to get into this can of worms. This is an entirely different can of worms, but, like, VTubers, like, also have a really bad issue of, like, commissioning artists and then not telling them when there's issues and just accepting what they get. Not saying your art's bad, obviously. Your art's amazing. I fucking love your art. But, like, there's this, like, weird, like, a lot of them don't see it as, like, business when you're making a transaction with an artist. And they're too nervous about pissing the artist off and the artist, like, calling them out publicly. So they'll just accept whatever they get. I know because I've done it. I feel like I can come up with really good ideas, but when it comes to putting it on paper, it sucks. That's why you commission an artist. Look at Diariku compared to some of the models she's been commissioned to do. Yeah, if you look at, like, unironically, if you look at VTubers that are artists and the, like, models they've done for themselves, it's actually fucking crazy the amount of creativity that goes into them. It's actually nuts. Like, artists almost always have the craziest fucking creativity and, like, coolest designs. But that's because, again, like, they're able to translate their thoughts and design ideas into reality. You know what I mean? That's why I exist. True, Lorelai. But yeah, that's a pretty long-winded rant on, like, my thoughts on VTubing, essentially. But I've said it a billion times, and I've said it before. I don't want it to happen, because if it happens, that's a bad thing for me, and it reflects badly upon me, because I am a VTuber. But we are actually, like, we are one Rainforest Con, or whatever it was called, away with VTubers from literally having, like, a famous, like, drama YouTuber making an hour-long video on our community, and we being, like, the name VTuber being completely thrown into the mud. Like, forever. Like it is with furries. I have no problem with furries, by the way. It's just, like, again, like, when you have, like, a Rainforest Con, and there's, like, dirty diapers slung everywhere, and then, like, people pick up on it, and, like, mass make fun of it, it just becomes the identity of your community at that point, to the greater audience. And that's something that's kind of why I try to distance myself pretty hard. Like, I am a VTuber, and I love VTubing content, and I love a lot of the people that I'm around that VTube. They're amazing. VTubers are sick. A lot of them are really, really cool. But because of stuff that happens in the community, like piss tubers, for example, I have to keep my distance a little bit because I want to aim myself more towards general audiences, people that like history, people that like War Thunder, people that aren't just in it because I'm an anime girl with boobs. You know what I mean? Like, so like I have to actually like hold a little bit of distance to that community, which sucks. It sucks a lot. There's negatives to that. There's a lot of negatives to it. Artists and creative people scare me. They're the people that can make something so interesting it draws you in. I just can't comprehend how they do it. It's been a bank office worker, and I can't imagine doing something artistic, so to speak. Just you wait, Hummer. I saw a fucking artist that was arguing with somebody literally take the, like, there was a picture of them, right? They literally took a picture of them and drew them pregnant. Like, it was a guy. And I was like, holy fuck. Like, how do you even respond to that? Like, there's nothing you can do. So, like, at that point, you've just lost. Like, there's no coming back. The only way you could come back is if you drew them in some weird situation. Could you just fuck off? Are you talking to me? I don't want to think that. Look, it's okay, fair enough, but they do hold a sense of power over everybody in a way. It's cool coming across a history-themed VTuber. Thanks, Hara. Of course, Pyromancer. If you have any questions history-related, please ask. You can only respond with physical violence at that point. I do not condone it at all, but there's not a lot of responses you'd have the ability to answer with. All right. We're going to get back to our video.
This one may surprise many of
All
you.
right, William, what'd you do, buddy?
Is
McKinkley.
consistently ranked in the top half of presidents, usually because the economy was good when he was president, and the U.S. was becoming a world superpower due to a more aggressive foreign policy. Well, guess what? This foreign policy sucked. McKinley's foreign policy was based on a Christian /
It's why I don't engage with furries, because those people scare me. I mean, furries are cool people, usually. But again, that just goes to show, Tiebreaker, you're proving my point that, like, a couple bad YouTube videos and suddenly if just even associating with the name is bad. It's the same thing happened with bronies. With VTubers, all it takes is, again, one popular YouTuber picking it up, making a 20-minute video looking at the weirdest people in this community, like piss tubers, and going like, look at these weirdos! And now all of a sudden, if you're a VTuber, all of a sudden, you're like a degenerate. Like, you're just a straight up, like, internet degenerate. And it's like, oh my god, great. Like, I wanted to be a cute anime girl on the internet, and now everybody thinks I'm some fucking, like, weirdo hounding for piss. Like, the biggest thing, everyone, is to judge people for who they are, not what they are. I agree, Heller. Exactly, Anarchangel. Do not upset the furries. If they can afford a $2,000 fursuit, they can afford multiple $10 bite bombs to your mailbox. Oh, okay. Honestly, at this point, I'm pretty sure the furry community is run by the mafia. With how rich they all are, I'm pretty sure they're all run by the mafia. For being a furry and buying fursuits is just money laundering for them. You heard it here first. Breaking news story. I'm a drama VTuber that does like cringe breaking news stories. Breaking news story. I have the inside scoop that the main furry community is owned by the Italian mafia. And they all have a ton of fucking money, and they're money laundering it by buying fursuits and like paying for art commissions. $2,000 is cheap? Oh my god. I mean, I can't complain. I have pretty much a digital fucking fursuit essentially right now for about 2,000. $5,000. Holy. Where are people getting pipe bombs for $10 asking for a friend? Literally Home Depot. My future platonic goddess. Hey, Wrath. How's it going? I can see furry being more Japanese Yakuza than the Italian mob. Yeah, but it's funnier if they're Italian. Can you imagine, like, you're, like, at a con, and, like, there's some, like, 3 or 4 guys, like, kicking the absolute shit, like, in fursuits, kicking the absolute shit out of another one that's on the ground, like, writhing in pain. And then, like, they look at you as you open the door, and, like, one of them, like, holds his hand out and is like, I'm cooking a pizza. And you just, like, slam the door and walk the other way. Like, that'd be fucking hilarious. That'd be so fucking funny. The Irish IRA would be better. Okay, well, I don't know how I feel about furry car bombs. What is a VTuber model if not a digital fursuit is a terrifying sentence? But am I wrong? Am I wrong, worshiper? Like I've said, I am infinite in my wisdom and knowledge. Heed it. Bleh. Alright, back to the video.
American exceptionalism mentality that meant the U.S. was going to be spreading its influence around the world in places it shouldn't be.
I spread my influence around your mom's world.
Lies. McKinley, you know, he struggled with the decision at first, but after talking
have
to
fun,
God,
Graham Cracker. Enjoy
God
your
said,
day.
Yes, you should go to war with Spain, and
Honk
so
some
he went to
biddies for
Congress
me.
after that, and they declared war on Spain. The Philippine-American War that happened as a continuation of the Spanish-American War, that doesn't.
But is
get
there
much
a
attention
streamer in a
because it makes the
fursuit
United States look
primarily?
pretty
I mean,
bad, but
there are some like, okay, hold on, gotta skip that. There are like full like furry VTubers, if that's what you're asking. There's like multiple. Like I know, like honestly, like I was gonna say Buff Pup, and then I was gonna be like, nah, it's not Buff Pup. And then now I think about it, I'm like, nah, it's definitely Buff Pup. Buff Pup is like definitely the most popular. That is like definitely, almost definitely a furry, which is fine. It's just that like once they came out with the full werewolf form, you're like, oh yeah, that's a digital fursuit without a doubt. Sorry, I missed your message, Tom. Yeah, you're completely right that some of them do get, like, pleasure from it, from that kind of interaction. Really, Beck? Is incredibly well done. It is. Now has a whole ass dragon model. Ugh, don't talk to me about Melissa. Melissa's really cool. Don't get me wrong, but like, I like Melissa a lot, actually. I think she's really sweet. She's a really cool person. But I know Melissa as a human being will have self-control. The problem is that a lot of people look to her and go, yeah, I'm gonna ERP as much as I can with random strangers on D&D night at my local card shop. Because I know, because it's happened to me, because they like her content. And it's like, oh my god, please. Please. You're like a 45-year-old dude with like a 6-pack of hot dogs on the back of your head. Please stop trying to act like you want to have sex with me. It's so fucking weird. It's so weird, bro. I'm just trying to roll to hit. Like, that's horrifying. Yeah, it is.
Well. Let me guess.
Please don't hit me with a chair. Ow. Okay, well at least that one was a little slow. But no, I actually love Melissa. Melissa's great, and it's not her fault at all. There's definitely people like that exist outside of her, but it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, damn, she's so popular, like, definitely all of those kind of people are in her community. Stinkbird taste Kahir. I don't know what a Kahir is, but I don't want to taste it. Thanks, though.
Millions, and rounded them up and
Learn to
put them
spell,
into
idiot.
Concentration camps. McKinley
You can throw a
justified
chair,
this
but you
because
can't
he
throw
thought
out a
the
word.
Filipinos were incapable of self-governing. He was the
Yeah,
first
it's
to
yeah.
bypass
That's what I
Congress
mean,
to
Howler.
send
Like,
troops
she's a
to fight.
wonderful human being. Like, probably one of the nicest, sweetest people in like any online community. But that shit is not any that shit is so far removed from social norm. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Thank you for putting it better than I did, Howler.
Fight in China during the Boxer Rebellion. As I said earlier, yes, the economy was doing well under McKinley's watch, but he had high tariffs. And again, I am not a fan of high tariffs. But
Tariffs do
mostly
suck.
I'm a critic of McKinley due to his brash imperialism and
Okay,
his general
this is actually talking about the video. Look, I'm not an economist, okay? I've done history studies on economies before, but I'm not an economist. That is the right word, right? It sounds weird to say, but it feels like it's wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's right. But like, I don't like every actually, I've played all of the Total War games, and I know by playing the Total War games that trade is only a good thing. So I don't understand how tariffs could ever be utilized in an effective mean that isn't meant to be in an aggressive manner against a rival power. Like, the first half is being ironic, the second half is not. I do, like, maybe because I'm, again, like, dumb to the economy, but I don't understand how a tariff could be used and it not be a net negative on everybody involved. You know what I mean? protect local industry. You have to use it wisely since you want local industry and such. Like, I get that, but like, it's proven time and time again throughout history that like trade only increases how much money flows into both nations. So I totally get understanding protecting local industry, and I guess that's changed in like the modern era where like the world has gotten more globalized. But like, it still feels weird saying that trade is a bad thing. You know what I mean? Sorry, Hara. I know you have a master's degree, but I have 4 hours in Hearts of Iron 4, so you just, you're kind of fucking stupid. No, I get you, tiebreaker. For a second, I thought you said War Thunder was about to drop some RL military intelligence on stream. Hey, yo! Actual, like, War Thunder leak live on my stream? Let's go for it. I'm down for it. Sure, hit me with it. Alright. See you, Cypher. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Hope you sleep well. Hope to see you back on Friday. Obviously, trade is the only positive. There's no way that this tariff will possibly bite me in the ass. Damn, that tariff's biting me in the ass. Exactly! The problem is that people in power doing the tariffs don't truly understand it's a world economy and global trade is the standard trade now. Yeah. Well, it comes to how self-sufficient the country wants to be, and so governments will try to push away other goods to encourage self-sufficiency, right? I get that, Heller, and that makes sense for some industries, like steel, for example, or oil. But like in the case of like just like processed goods, it doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, or like farming, it doesn't make any sense to like put tariffs on anything that's not those. Like integral key sectors that you need to make sure are built up in case there's a giant collapse. You know? Like, why are you putting tariffs on cars? You know? Why are you putting tariffs on, like, fucking cars? That's fucking weird. That's dumb. It's like unironically, like, it's always done by the same people that are all about, like, completely unregulated capitalism, and then they'll be the first to put a tariff on another country. Which is just regulated capitalism. Yeah, like I get the things that are absolutely integral to a nation you need to protect so that they're like built up just in case of a collapse in trade. But like still, that's just like steel, oil, like things like I guess at this point like microchips and like a handful of other things. But there's no real understandable reason why you're putting tariffs on like again, like cars or like I don't know. Like there's tariffs on a lot of shit. Like household electronics, like cell phones. It's just weird. Like you're actually just hurting your own economy at that point. It feels like to me. I'm not sure. I'm not going to act like I'm educated on this at all. It's just like that's how I feel about it. Yeah, or like yeah, chicken tariff. Because our auto industry is absolutely invaluable to our economy and American manufacturers can compete with Chinese vehicles made with cheap labor. Honestly, I don't think Chinese vehicles are the issue. I think the issue are Japanese vehicles. And that's because Japanese vehicles are actually just made straight up better. Like, it's kind of pathetic that you can import a Japanese car and it be maybe a little bit more expensive than an American car and last you 10 more years. That's the real issue with the auto industry. It's poor design work. That's one of those things where it's like, all right, well, you kind of deserve to fail. Like, they shouldn't have been bailed out, for example. They're not that crucial to the economy. American vehicles aren't that exported. Like, when was the last time you saw, like, an F-150 Raptor in, like, Venice? You don't, because in Europe, everything's too fucking small to have shit like that. Yeah, and Detroit as an industrial city of automakers is like dead itself. The only people that are actually like straight up driving the economy for cars are like quite literally Americans themselves. Or I guess I don't know how public transportation is in Canada, but maybe Canada. It's like just purely North America. Europe, everything mostly in Europe is going to be too small infrastructure-wise to deal with extremely large vehicles that American companies create. So they're just going to buy domestic. Same thing for Japanese vehicles. Plus, Japan has amazing public transportation, so cars aren't bought as much. Those same manufacturers make all of our military equipment, then give them military bonuses. or stipends. We do it with everything else. It's not like GE and Ford need to be worth $14 billion to come out with another shitty line of armored up Hummers. Like, look at Boeing. Like, Boeing's in the absolute shitter right now, and they're still doing fine with military contracts. Yeah, but Detroit was more known for its automotive industry, wasn't it? Less than steel. Pretty decent everywhere, but some cities are so much better than the rest. That's what I thought. But they build up public transport based on local population. Yeah. That's also my point, Anarchangel. They couldn't meet those military contracts? I think they could, though. I think they could. And even then, like, that's the government's issue. That's not, like, it... If you look at, like, World War II, for example, like, the issue isn't that, like, just GE or Ford wouldn't be big enough to do it. You just contract all of them to do it. I think, unironically, like, the only thing that is holding up the American automotive industry is, unironically, America. So, like, when we're talking about tariffs, why are you putting tariffs on other nations when the only people holding up cars in the first place is America? Like, who frankly cares if America's automotive industry, like, falters? Because, like, yes, it would be a temporary hit to the economy. But, like, at the end of the day, like, they don't have that big of a share. CEOs? Well, yeah, of course, CEOs always care if they lose money. That's literally all they care about. That the jetpack economy never took off? Oh, yeah, the big jetpack industry. The George Jetson, like, flying car industry. That's the real reason. Flying cars probably could have been invented by now, but the average person is way too fucking stupid to drive a flying car. We'd have a 9/11, like, literally every 3 weeks. Like, I'm not even kidding, and you all know I'm right. I don't even have to wait for people to say anything about that. Unironically, we'd have, like, a 9/11, like, every 3 fucking weeks if people were allowed to have flying cars. Everything that's flying, not in, like, run by a company, would have to be put on a rail, like, unironically. Like, straight up on a rail, and even then people are gonna find ways to fuck it up. Even the USA, we had that problem. We couldn't build new frigates, so we had to contract South Korea. Frigates, like the ships? That's because, like, I honestly, I don't know why that is. But I don't think that would be an exact parallel to the automotive industry. C-level execs to the problem because the heart's chasing the next quarter's profit. It's not even, like, profit. It's, like, everything... Completely different topic, but the reason why, like, the economy's fucked right now is because corporations aren't good enough with actually making money. They always have to be making more money than they did last quarter. So it's not just profits, it's profiting off a profit. For local jobs and national defense. I mean, I get the local jobs aspect, but even with America, that's starting to dwindle. Everything's moving anyway. It would actually, I feel like, be better if you just, like, tried to coax foreign automakers, like Japanese automakers, like they're doing right now, like Nissan plants, for example, have recently been built in Tennessee. Like, if you just, like, instead of focusing on your domestic automotive industry, entice foreign ones to build factories in your country to make them domestic. You know what I mean? They're better quality, they last longer, they're cheaper, they provide better jobs for people. Flying cars would never take off. The average person would have to learn all the airspaces and general aviation laws. Yeah, that would never happen. We made TSMC to build microchip factories here. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think that's just a smarter... I don't think you do need both, though. Like, you do for a short period of time, but, like, once those start overtaking your regular industry, at that point, you just have to let it be unregulated capitalism at that point. Like, if your product, look, I'm gonna say, like, if you're a multi-billion-dollar industry and you can't stay afloat just because your product sucks, that is your fault. It is not up to the American people and the American government to bail you the fuck out. Like, that is my stance on that. That is a little political, but I do truly believe that. Like, I'm sorry that you ran a company that is worth like multi-billions so shittily that you've gone bankrupt in 3 years. But that is not the American people's problem. That is you as an industry problem. That is a CEOs knowing they'll get bailed out for completely demolishing the economy problem. Flying cars and jetpacks don't take off or stay afloat. You're not wrong. Modern cars mostly just overcomplicated.
Let me guess.
No! Ow. They're honestly not better quality anymore. Modern cars are mostly just overcomplicated. Okay, you say that, but I have had literally a Honda Civic for 9 years now, and the only thing I've had to get changed on it is tires and brake pads. Like, I've had literally 0 issues with my Honda Civic. Like, and it's the 2017 version. I guess I've had it for, what is that? 7 years. 7 years for a car without any major, like, needs to fix anything is crazy. That would never fucking happen on any American-made car this time period. Never. There's not a single American car that would be able to do that. And that's because Honda and Nissan make some amazing fucking cars. There are Altimas that are missing like 3/4 of its body structure and are driving perfectly fucking fine on the road. I know, I see them every day. like 2015 Altimas. See you, Red. Like, that just doesn't happen with American vehicles. It doesn't happen. That's why Ford has the name Found on Road Dead. Me listening to my wheel hub assembly every day, knowing damn well I can still go another 15,000 miles on it. Yeah, like, the only thing that's been fucked up on my Honda Civic is, like, the front cosmetic lip on it got knocked off by an object while I was on the interstate, and I had to replace it with an aftermarket one that peels its paint. That is it. I spent like $200 on that. I had to replace that in the inner wheel well, like the little like plastic pieces. That total cost me like $200, and I just had to like fucking mallet in some like plastic clips. That's all I had to do. I mean, you also live in the South. Up here, salt and snow fucks up everything. That is true. If you do live on the coast, your car will deteriorate much faster. That's just naturally how it is. As well as if you live in a place that uses a lot of salt. Most 7-year-old vehicles with sub 100k miles will have no issues. I mean, fair enough. You are educated on the subject. I just feel like, from anecdotal experience, that never happens. You're back. You got a beer? What beer you get? What beer did you get? Tell me. What kind of beer did you get? All right. I've been holding off this Mr. Beat video for way too long. I'm super sorry. We got completely sidetracked, but I loved having the conversation with you guys. Fair enough, Lorelai. Corona? Hell yeah. You put lime in it? You better put lime in it. It's way better with lime.
Sovereignty of nations.
If you like Corona, get you Pacifico. It's like more flavorful, better Corona, frankly. It's a little bit more expensive, but it's worth it.
That just wanted to be left alone. Number 5, Richard Nixon. He was a
bicycle maintenance.
Who mostly just cared about himself and his own legacy.
I haven't owned a bicycle since I was like 14.
Boy, did that backfire. I know there are a lot of obvious reasons to hate on Nixon. He was a crook. I mean, Watergate. His paranoia and backstabbing make it seem obvious why he's on this list and most people's lists. However, the war on drugs
fuck, tiebreaker?
Is probably the biggest mistake of Nixon. Nixon started the war on drugs, and we are still
I wish I could do that VRS.
Effects of it. So that's why
I had a job that was a 45-minute drive. So
Nixon got elected, promising to end the Vietnam War. But the war just dragged on during his presidency. Meanwhile, while secretly dropping bombs and cancer-causing chemicals on civilians in both Vietnam
Shout out to drugs for winning the war on drugs, damn right.
Wage and price controls, and this was horrible for the economy. A big reason why the horrible stagflation of the 70s occurred.
You live in the Netherlands, you are definitely lucky, yes.
Now, don't get me wrong, Nixon did a lot of good and was highly intelligent. Opening up relations with China, his policy of détente with the Soviet Union, and the creation of the EPA are probably my favorite 3 accomplishments of Nixon, but he had such poor character. And the booger sticking out.
Buddy, why would you
Number
put that in the
4,
video? Oh
Herbert
my god.
Hoover. Herbert Hoover, of course, makes many
Which
lists
Russian leader was
because
that
of
with
the
the
Great
eyebrows?
Depression. It's
Wait, what?
actually
Talking about Nixon? Are you talking about Nixon? Oh, that one. Oh, who is that? I don't think that was a president of Russia.
with the Soviet Union and the
Oh no, he does mention it.
opening up relations with China, his policy of détente with the Soviet Union.
That had to have been Yeltsin. No, it's not Gorbachev. Gorbachev's hair was further back and he was bald completely across the top and he had a big fucking birthmark. Yeah, it's gotta be Brezhnev or Yeltsin.
And the creation of the EPA are probably my favorite 3.
Yeah, it wouldn't be
accomplishments
Yeltsin,
of
because
Nixon,
Yeltsin was the
but
90s.
he
Yeah, that
had
would be
such
too late. So
poor
yeah, it has to definitely be
character.
Brezhnev.
And the booger's sticking out.
Why would you mention that? See what I
Number
mean?
4, Herbert Hoover. Herbert Hoover, of course, makes many lists because of the Great Depression. It's actually a myth that Herbert Hoover did nothing in response to the early stages in what would become known as the Great Depression. The Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, for
Dude,
example.
look at
in
those white
1929,
shoes. He's one of those psychopaths that buys like the all-white Nikes. You know what I'm talking about? Don't know anyone that like does that. Gets like the all-white like Air Max Nikes. Like that shit. That shit is how you know somebody's like kind of a little off the rails. If you know what I mean. Why is Hoover kind of dripped up? That's what I'm saying. Dude looks like he just actually walked out of like a business meeting from like today. Like actually, like wearing like some dripping ass like tennis shoes. Pervert Hoover and William McKinley. God damn it. I think Herbert Hoover actually was known as like a really like bad pervert. I think he unironically there were like stories of him actually having sex with like aides like in the Oval Office. Like not even kidding. Like straight up like all the time in the Oval Office. That's the fit of a man who does cocaine. That's the eye like the eye. I don't know if you can see his right eye, but it's like what's it called? Listing? I don't know. It's like half closed. Like his brain's not all there. I thought that was Edgar Hoover. Were there 2 different Hoover presidents? Wait, was there actually 2 different Hoovers as president? Oh. No. It was Herbert Hoover. It was definitely Herbert. Yeah, no, it was the one that was president. 100%. Hold on. I think it was Hoover. I could have sworn. Maybe it wasn't Hoover. Yeah, that's not surprising for J. Edgar Hoover. But I thought Herbert Hoover was known for that as well.
3 beans, please.
3 beans, please. Because I thought I remember hearing about this in an undergraduate course I took.
I mean, I could squirt it in my mouth for $20.
Shut up. Let me see real quick. Fuck off, Business Insider. Ugh. Oh, I'm dumb. It was Warren Harding. My bad. It's Warren Harding. My bad. It's not Hoover. It's Harding. Yeah. It was Harding. Yep. Yep. It was hurting. My bad. What if we made a parody page called Business Outsider, but more like Casual Outsider? You were slandering his name. I don't think he cares. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be real. I don't think he cares.
Raising import taxes, increasing income taxes to balance the budget, the Reconstruction Finance Corporation to bail out businesses,
Ow.
and increased crony capitalism likely just made things worse. Under his watch, a recession became
Dead
the Great
people have feelings
Depression.
also?
His
No, they don't.
treatment
They're
of the
dead.
World War I bonus army veterans in D.C.
Yeah,
was
Harding's.
disgraceful.
Wait, no.
Simply
Yeah, I think
put,
Harding was like
Hoover
23.
did try to end the Great Depression, but simply made it worse. FDR didn't have much
Yeah,
success either. after
21 to
that, but
23.
At least FDR seemed to be more in touch with ordinary people. Hoover seemed very out of touch with most
Undead?
Americans.
Undead people don't
3,
either.
Franklin Pierce.
Oh, shit, not Pierce.
Where do I begin? I know. How about with the Kansas-Nebraska Act? Again, a law that was one of the worst laws passed in American history, and he signed it into law. A doughface. Sorry, that was a little harsh there, but
That is rude.
you know, a northerner who was perfectly fine with slavery.
I hate
The
Andrew
Oscar
Johnson. Is she not up yet? I don't know. Thank you for the
Pierce seemed
follow,
to be
Killa
okay
Billy.
with
Welcome into the
declaring
cult.
war on Spain if it refused to sell Cuba to the United States. Pierce wanted
Sucks
Cuba
because he's
annexed
hot?
as
Ayo.
slave state.
Hey, yo. I don't think I've ever heard somebody go, oh, yeah, that president's hot. Well, actually, wait, no, there was John F. Kennedy. But, like, damn. Damn. You got the hots for a fucking, like, 200-year-old president? Let's go. It's more like 100, but... Oh, he was 7? Oh, I missed it. I know what I'm about, Hara. Honestly based. Honestly based. Tiebreaker. Jackson hasn't either, I think. Oh, he actually didn't put him on there. I think that's because, like, it's hard to put... The thing is that it's hard to put Andrew Jackson on the worst 10 presidents list, because yes, what he did was legitimately vile. But he was unironically so good with the economy, it does not outweigh it. It does not outweigh it. It does not make it okay. But it, like, keeps him off those lists. Because, like, while he did something absolutely horrid, he did also something absolutely amazing. And it, like, they don't cancel each other out, but they, like, offset one another just enough for these kind of lists, usually, because you have multiple presidents that were just bad down the line. Like Johnson, for example.
Boy, did that...
If I'm being quite honest, like, he said he's probably biased for it, but I kind of agree with him. Like, putting George Bush at 7th or 8th or whatever he put it at is a little biased. George Bush was bad. The Patriot Act was horrid. Fucking terrible. But I don't know if I'd put him at 8. I'd probably put him off this list. I could probably think of 1 or 2 other presidents that deserve to be on here. 1 of 2 tiebreaker. The other one was Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton in the 90s also paid off the national debt. Alright, you're how many thousands of years old? We know you're hot. Why can't President Pierce get it? I didn't say he couldn't get it. I just said, damn. Usually most people don't have that kind of taste. I said based. Respect. Politics are not allowed, VRS. I agree. But this is kind of a political video. That's just history. I think we can all agree that historically, like, regardless of political lines, the Patriot Act was a little bit negative. It's also more modern politics, if I'm being honest. So anything, like, before, like, 2008, in my opinion, is fair game. Because at that point, it kind of is history. Like, you have to ask yourself, at what point, how old does something have to be considered, like, a historical topic and no longer a political topic? And I would say that it depends on how you come at it, for 1. And for 2, like, probably about 10 years. 10, 15. So. But the Gracchus brothers? Wait, who are the Gracchus brothers? Forget who that is. But I don't think he paid it off. Hold on. I'm pretty sure he did, because, like, that's the little, like, funny fact that I always feel like I hear. Okay, so looking at it, it's actually kind of ironic. Again, we're not talking modern politics, but So looking at it right here, in terms of debt by U.S. president. Wait, is this like, hold on. Does the change mean added to it? It has to be, yes. Okay, so. Yo, holy shit. Thank you so much. Holy shit, 2,500. Thank you, Anarchangel. Thank you for the 2,500 to Ben. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it looks like Bill Clinton didn't completely get rid of it. It looks like the few presidents that did actually have actually lower national debt, actually was Calvin Coolidge and ironically Warren G. Harding. Truman barely increased it. JFK was about 5%, and then you have Franklin D. Roosevelt, who put it at 800% for obvious reasons, the New Deal, in the war, and then Woodrow Wilson. Then it's Ronald Reagan, George Bush, Barack Obama, other George Bush, younger, Nixon, Trump, Carter, Clinton, Roosevelt, Biden, Ford, Hoover. So.
Northerners happy.
Bill Clinton, the Black Ops 6 character? Wait, is Bill Clinton actually in Black Ops 6? That's crazy. Where's our top 10 worst pharaohs? Honestly, I'd do a video about
Pierce
that.
Arguably helped further divide the country.
Also, voice crack. Hope you love it.
At a time when the country needed a more hands-on and active president, he was not. But you know who was worse? Number 2, James Buchanan. That's right, Buchanan was worse. He took over as president after Pierce.
Oh,
and
interesting.
Instead of learning from Pierce's mistakes, he just let the country
I had no idea.
More divided.
I knew that JFK was in the original one.
You didn't have to bleep that
Yo,
out.
holy shit! Welcome in, Raiders! My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine sun goddess. I do history, War Thunder variety streams, and today's our history stream. Thank you so much for the raid, Jover VT. How was your stream? What were you doing? I just said stream like 5 times in a minute. Stream. Would Akhenaten be in the top 10 list of worst pharaohs? It depends. In terms of running Egyptian society, probably not. In terms of straight up just being an absolute moron, number 1. Straight up. No, do not praise a 10. You are literally just praising my boat. That is heresy. Heretical. Did some gameplay as an air traffic controller. Awesome! Did you recreate the season 2 ending of Breaking Bad? I think it was season 2. It might have been season 3. That's what I'd be doing pretty often. No? Oh. So you did it the right way. Lame. Where's the fun in it if there's not a little risk? I'm kidding. I'm glad you had fun, Jover. Thank you again for the raid. That's very sweet of you. I promise to only take organs from a couple of your followers. Oh, it was season 2 finale. That's what I thought. Yeah. Oh, planes on the ground. Okay. I can't make them hit each other when they have brakes. Oh my god. That's funny.
Okay, Doughface. He was a president who did nothing. He didn't want to make
hey,
anyone
Amasis.
mad,
How's
but
it
he also
going
didn't
on?
want to make anyone happy. He was personally against slavery. He said it was morally wrong, and yet proceeded to speak out in favor of the Dred Scott decision, one of the worst Supreme Court decisions in American history. In fact, he was so pro-South that he basically just let the South do whatever they wanted. When the state
I'm doing great, thank you. I hope you're doing well
Abraham Lincoln in 1860, he blamed the Northerners and the abolitionists. By the time he was out of office, the United States was on the brink of civil war, and the Union had fallen apart, and he did absolutely nothing to stop it. And the worst president in American history, in my opinion, is Warren Harding.
Hey, there it is! Yo, you had chicken wings. What'd you put on them? Wilson's on it, though. Yeah, Wilson is it's 7th or 6th. It's right here. Put it right here. That's him. I know because we were talking about his weird angular long face.
Not fit for this office and should never have been here. I agree. He appointed many of his corrupt buddies to be in his cabinet. Some of them famously got in trouble for bribery in what became known as the Teapot Dome scandal.
Wow,
I
that
know
kind of
this
sounds like
bad, but he was
what might
probably
happen
our
in the next
dumbest
4
president.
years.
He was
Crazy.
not a deep thinker at all. He seemed to just
Hopefully
let all
not.
of his corrupt buddies make all the decisions. He didn't stand for anything. You didn't know where he stood because he
Yeah,
rarely
sure, Amasis.
stated where he stood on issues. He seemed to have no moral compass. While president, he would often cheat on his wife, and he
Holy,
had
yep,
parties
there it
in
is.
the White House where they would illegally gamble and smuggle in alcohol at the height of Prohibition. He
That's
didn't ever get much
crazy.
work done. He preferred socializing and partying to working. When he actually
Yeah.
did work, he signed crappy laws. One law he actually
We will
did
not
sign
talk
was
of
the
ERS.
Emergency
That's the last
Quota Act, which was
tongue-in-cheek
really a
comment
law
I'll make, I
designed to
promise.
favor Western and Northern European immigrants and limit immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe, as well as most of the rest of the world. To sum it up,
Sheesh.
while Harding was a nice guy who was easy to get along with, he surrounded himself with shady characters and avoided any action
To a dude named Warren, yeah.
while in office. He was just a horrible president. And if you haven't noticed by this point, character means a lot to me in terms of how I view a president.
A president
Though
that
there
cheats
are,
on his
of course,
wife really doesn't narrow
exceptions,
anything
like
down.
Harding,
Yeah,
who I
but
just
like,
mentioned, and
there were like 5 or 6, like, in this nation's history that, like, cheated on their wife. Ugh, excuse me. But, like, for sure. Like, there were, like, 5 or 6 that definitely did. But, like, with Warren Harding, it was, like, it wasn't just that. It was, like, every 2 weeks. Like, he did it multiple times while in office. Plus, again, like, running Prohibition while having blackjack and hookers at your house is fucking crazy. At the White House is crazy. Tier list of the presidents who cheated on their wives, they're all in F. All of them in F. Okay, let me see his other popular videos. There's another one I want to pick up, even though I've, like, talked my way through the first one. Sorry about that. Alright, I'll let you pick, chat. Okay, so we're gonna pick every president's favorite food, the smartest president. Actually, we're gonna do this one, actually. Every US president's worst mistake. Does that one seem fun? Yeah, I think we'll do that one. That one sounds nice. Yeah. Okay, we'll do that one.
Mr. Beat, you got a problem with that, huh?
Yeah.
Step up if you got a problem with that. Come on, let's go.
Alright, bet. What are you gonna do about it, punk?
I'm sorry, I'm just in a bad mood after researching for this video.
Yeah,
Mr.
that's what I
Beat, You got
thought.
a
That's
problem
what
with
I
that, huh? Step up.
Oh,
if you
I
got
just
a problem
restarted
with
it.
Every American president while they were in office. Their worst.
I was like, huh? You went back to
their
it? Shit.
Biggest oopsie. You get it.
when I say greatest mistake, I mean the one thing they did that hurt the most people. And when I say thing they did that hurt the most people, I say it with my historian hat on, looking at all of American history.
So I guess recent presidents have the advantage of all
Oh, it
of
was
us not
hookers who wasn't just
knowing
rizzing people up. I
the
meing, it was that
full
too.
extent of damage they
Like, I was
truly
being,
have
like, kind of...
done.
I was kind of being I was exaggerating a little bit for comedic effect by
let's do
saying
this.
blackjack and
George
hookers. but-
Washington.
Even my favorite president wasn't perfect.
The biggest flaw in his
True.
presidency was his failure to use his influence to call for an end to slavery. By the time he
Yeah.
was president, he had long privately said that slavery was bad and needed to go away, but his worry of his own financial security prevented him from freeing his own slaves.
Imagine if such a unifying figure as Washington went public about him being against slavery.
Okay, also, like, I'd like to say real quick, that's something that's always perplexed me about somebody that has, like, studied American history. I don't know if it's, like, if George Washington was actually this good of a president, or if, like, just straight up, like, if it's, like, some kind of, like, mythical fantasy that has just been created, like, as some kind of lore for him. But, like, it's actually wild that George Washington was unironically probably the best president the United States has ever had, and it was just downhill from there. Like, not only was it downhill from there, it went from George Washington to being one of the greatest presidents of all time with no fucking issues, seeming to be completely center of the aisle, like, being really good at understanding what the people wanted and people needed, and was ahead of social issues for his time. like things of slavery. His one misstep being that he just didn't outwardly push for it as a law, but he was outwardly against slavery. Then you go to Thomas Jefferson, who is second, or my bad, it was John Adams, wasn't it? I can't remember which one's second. I think it was John Adams. Yeah, John Adams got second. It's Washington Adams. Yeah. Then you have fucking Adams, who gets second and immediately passes the Alien and Sedition Acts to make sure that he can imprison his political opponents. Like, we literally went from, like, #1 or #2 president of all time to literally, like, one of the worst moves by a president in actual U.S. history. Like, that's crazy. Like, we've only gone up since Adams, but that's because we've only gone down since Washington. Like, that's crazy to think about. Yeah, actually, though. Like, it's just fucking crazy. So everything he did, the people agreed with? Well, it's not even just, like, the people agreed with. It's just that, like, he just naturally was a man of the people. Like, he actually was. Like, people, like, politicians will claim that on both sides of the aisle. But, like, George Washington seemed to have unironically been one. Because he could do no wrong. I mean, I get that, but still. Like, in a historical hindsight, like, if you're applying your modern morals to Washington, though, like, even if he could do no wrong, did he actually do any wrong? Like, besides this one part where, like, he voiced his opposition to slavery but didn't codify it, which he probably should have. But he couldn't have possibly known that. Like, he could have possibly known the future, that, like, 100 years later, people would still be fighting over slavery, like, literally fighting over slavery. If he would have known that, I'm sure he would have codified it instantly. Like, shit, that's what somebody with a fucking time machine needs to do, is go back to George Washington and be like, fucking codify this shit. 100 years from now, Americans will literally kill 1 million of themselves fighting over it. Please just get rid of it. Washington stepped down and everything he said would go wrong with political parties went wrong. Exactly. He predicted it too. He was like, if you guys, like, straight up form political parties, it's fucked. And the Federalists and Anti-Federalists were there before he even fucking died. It's just wild to me. It's crazy that the first, like, I don't know if it's a created myth or if it's actually all true that he pretty much had no negatives to his presidency. But it's crazy that the first president is the only seemingly flawless one. That's crazy.
And freeing all his slaves while president. The country would have been so much better off in the following decades. John Adams. Adams signed the Alien and Sedition
And there it
Acts,
is.
4 of the worst laws in American history. The Naturalization Act made it harder to become a citizen. The Alien Friends Act allowed
I don't
the
think, well, that's the
president
thing, Perf, is that, like, how do you, as a person that is, like, building a nation meant on liberty and freedom, like, bridge, how do you, like, forcibly keep them from dividing themselves like that? You literally can't. Because then at that point, you would be kind of hypocritical and you would be infringing on their freedoms to collectivize. You know what I mean? It's like the parody of the paradox of tolerance or whatever. Except, like, much more dumb, like, watered down, because it's not that serious in the Federalist, Anti-Federalist area. Because, like, the Federalists and Anti-Federalists at the end of the day really were just people that had, like, minor ideological differences. Pretty much. So George Washington hoped and thought that slavery would die out naturally, which to his credit in the North, it really did, because industry replaced slavery. Exactly. Exactly. Also, I'm pretty sure, like, prior, like, even while Washington was president, slavery in the North wasn't incredibly common. Like, it was obviously more common than it is now, of course. But, like, it wasn't nearly as common in the South even then, because, like, you had more of, I think indentured servitude was more common. Which was, like, essentially you, like, working, quote-unquote, as a slave to pay off debt you owe. And once you, like, worked enough to pay off the debt, you were free. It's like, again, it's still technically a form of slavery, but it's not, like, actual, like, Southern antebellum chattel slavery, you know?
easily imprison or deport any foreigner who they thought was dangerous. The Alien Enemies Act gave the president even more powers to detain foreigners during a war, and the Sedition Act, which was the worst of them all in my opinion, made it illegal to talk trash or make up fake news about the federal government.
Like,
I hope
that's
you realize
crazy.
The Sedition Act spit all over the First Amendment. Thomas Jefferson. First of all, Jefferson, of course,
Yeah, that's
was
what I
even
mean, Perf,
worse
yeah.
than George Washington when it came to slavery. Sure, for most of his life, he called for it to eventually end.
Yeah, exactly,
and he did
Tiebreaker.
sign
He
a
just
law
grew
to ban
old.
the importation of slaves while president, but he likely fathered multiple enslaved children with one of his young slaves and owned
Gotta
more
love it.
slaves than any other president in American history, and he didn't free almost all of them. Ugh, Jefferson. But that all aside,
Oh,
I think
brother,
his biggest
this guy
mistake while he
stinks!
was
Yeah, Jefferson
president
kind of was a
was
dickbag.
signing the Embargo Act of 1807. It banned pretty much all trade with Britain and France. Jefferson
What an
supported the law
idiotic
in order
move.
to avoid war with both countries, but it ended up devastating the American economy.
Of
The
course
country
it
lost tens
did.
of millions of dollars and tens of thousands of jobs. James Madison.
Hey, look, it's the Tariff Act, or it's the tariff discussion coming right back once again. What was I gonna say? Shit. I forgot. I can't remember now. Never mind. Fuck it.
In my video
Fuck it,
about
we'll do it
every
live.
president's greatest accomplishments, I said Madison's biggest achievement was holding Britain back during the War of 1812. Ironically, though, I think his biggest mistake
No spring
was
cleaning.
failing to
No.
prevent that war from happening in the first place.
Oh my God.
They called it Mr.
Ow.
Madison's War for good reason. After all, he convinced a divided Congress to move forward with declaring war on a much more powerful country that could easily defeat
I agree,
them if it
tiebreaker.
really wanted to.
Especially when he
It
didn't
was
want to be
reckless,
president.
to say the least. James Monroe. Monroe's biggest mistake was signing the Missouri Compromise. I used to be more indifferent about the law, but after learning more about it, I can more confidently now say it was a major cause of the Civil War.
It was.
The Missouri Compromise admitted Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state to maintain the equal balance of slave states and free states that had already existed. It also prohibited slavery north of a line of latitude west of the southern border of Missouri, despite the fact that Monroe had expressed several times that he wanted slavery eventually abolished. This law, in fact, made the institution more permanent. Sure,
Yep.
it avoided a national crisis, but it only kicked the can down the road. The crisis would only get worse later on, and Monroe could have prevented it. John Quincy Adams. You all know me. I'm still the same old teach. I hate tariffs because they make stuff more expensive for you and me. As it turns out, JQ's biggest mistake was signing the Tariff of 1828, or as
I have a feeling a lot of
and
these are
other
gonna be
critics like to call it,
tariffs.
the Tariff of Abominations. It hurt both industry and farming alike, and even led to the nullification crisis.
Hey,
Andrew
Oswald.
Jackson.
How's it
Of
going?
course, his signing of
Sushi?
the Indian
Who's
Removal
Sushi?
Act and causing the Trail of Tears was horrible, but I think Jackson's ill-informed hard money policies ultimately hurt even more people.
Is known
He
to really, really
refused
hate
to
anything
establish
tariff
a
related. I
new
mean, he
bank
has
of the United
expressed
States,
exactly that
instead allowing
sentiment like
state
5
banks
times
to
now.
Sun Tzu said that.
freely
He
loan
sure
paper-
did. Like in the past, like 2 videos we've watched of him, he said literally like 8 times, "I hate tariffs. I'm biased against it." Like,
money to pretty much anyone who asked for it. In response to
I can't
this
blame him.
crisis, Jackson issued an executive order that required all payment for federal government land to be paid for in either gold or silver. Well, this caused inflation to soar. Eventually, this all at least partially led to
No,
the
I don't know
Panic
what
of
you meant.
1837 and one of the
I'm not
worst
sushi. Hey,
depressions
no
in
touching the
American
crown. Is that the
history.
first
Normally,
crown
the
steal of the night?
president
That's
doesn't
crazy.
have much control
People have been
over the
preoccupied with the
economy,
chair.
but Jackson's actions certainly played a
I'm gonna
big
yoink
role
your
causing this
trachea.
economic crisis. Martin Van Buren. So what was the Trail of Tears? Well, it was a series of forced displacements of around 60,000
Yeah.
people from the
That carrot
Cherokee,
good?
Muskogee, Seminole, Chickasaw, and Choctaw nations. They were forced out of their homes in the southeast and marched out west for thousands of miles. Most
You're
ended
all
up in
good,
future
Aslan.
Oklahoma.
How's it
The
going?
relocated suffered from disease and starvation on the way, traveling often through harsh conditions. Andrew Jackson may have signed the Indian Removal Act and started the Trail of Tears, but it was Van Buren
Emotional
who carried
damage.
out the most
It's not the
infamous
first. I
part
missed
of
the other
Trail of
ones. Oh my
Tears.
god.
The removal of the Cherokee from Georgia. At least
Yeah, the carrot's good. What
4,000
about it?
of them
Lorelai,
died,
please, hun.
many of them babies or small children, as they traveled on foot through a particularly harsh winter, most with no shoes on and little clothing. William Henry Harrison. Yeah, Harrison's biggest mistake while president was drinking the DC water. That's apparently what got him sick and led to his death just a month into his presidency. John Tyler. Believe it or not, Tyler didn't make many mistakes as president. Then
Really?
again, he didn't accomplish much as president.
looks very
either. I
meek.
think his biggest mistake was
Also, both of
refusing
those
to
paintings look like
reestablish
drastically
a
different people. I don't know if that's just me, but those look like two completely different people. No, actually, the massive fucking ears and nose are still there. But, like, the head shape and face shape look completely different, as does the hair.
national bank. He even vetoed a bill to charter one, while central banks
I
have
can't be
not
stopped. I can
always
do
made
it.
things completely all rosy throughout
Posted
history.
selfie versus
Most
tag
economists argue
picture,
that they
old
have
school
kept
filter.
markets
Yeah, totally.
stable and helped prevent economic crashes. In fact, that aforementioned Panic of 1837 likely would have been avoided if there had been a central bank in place to regulate banking transactions and help failing banks. After Tyler vetoed the National
Ow.
Bank, it wouldn't come back for a while, and for the rest of the century, the country experienced some of its worst bank runs and recessions ever. James Polk. Polk's biggest mistake was
I hate to
starting
say
an
that, like,
unjust
unironically,
war
even
with
though I like
Mexico.
have a post
Polk
grad
was
in history,
basically
I
an
like don't remember
imperialist
most shit about
who knew that
presidents.
if he sent troops into disputed
So
territory
holy
along the Texas
shit, that is a drawing. I'm not sure if it's like the angle of the painting of like the picture was taken of the painting, but this guy looks like Frankenstein's fucking monster. Like, actually, put like 2 bolts in this guy's forehead, and like that is Frankenstein's monster, right? That's person, all right. Same here, Lorelai.
imperialist who knew that if he sent troops into disputed territory,
That man's
along the
hairline looks surprised to be
Texas-Mexico
there.
border, he would likely
True.
be starting a
They do
war.
look like
In fact,
ghouls,
I'd
Tom. They
argue,
do. It's kind of
quote,
weird.
it
They
would
all look
happen. To
emaciated.
Mexico, it was an invasion. It was completely reasonable
5 head,
for
nah, one
Mexico
further.
to
That's a
attack
6
American
head.
troops.
You
As
can
a
land
matter
a
of
plane
fact,
on that
which
thing.
They did on April 25th, 1846. Polk couldn't have designed it any better. He went to Congress.
You can
urging them
literally
to
land a
declare
plane on that
war
fucking thing. Holy
Mexico,
shit.
claiming that they, quote, shed American blood upon American soil. Congress, of course, went along with it. But it's long past due that we all admit that the Mexican
I could probably pull it off. There you go.
war of aggression, a war of imperialism meant simply to expand the nation's borders.
I always hold on. I'd also like to
only
focus on that he's got like the fucking like 19th century mullet going on right there, like the old man mullet. Like that is a crazy haircut. This guy not only has a 6 head looking like a fucking like extraterrestrial, but like he's got the fucking like 80-year-old man mullet going on. That's crazy. That's fucking wild. Dude, Malfoy's father was so much more attractive than that. What are you talking about? That is a wild look, frankly. That is crazy.
the nation's borders.
He does look like a Death Eater, though.
Zachary Taylor. Taylor was only in office for 16 months, but
Okay, he just
that
looks
was enough
depressed.
to make mistakes. Taylor's biggest mistake was raising tensions.
As a crush
in the
on
months
Malfoy's
leading
daughter
up to
or
the
father? Yeah, I mean, he's not unattractive. I'm not gonna say I have a crush, but he's not
Compromise of
unattractive.
1850. Despite being a slave owner himself, Taylor rejected any compromise.
Looks like he would listen to Freebird and yell hell yeah, brother, to everything you say. He looks like he'd pop back, like, 4 cans of like Colt 45 and then fucking like drive his rusting Pontiac Firebird while drunk straight into a brick wall. That's what he looks like.
Compromise with the slave states to let them
And of
expand
course he didn't
slavery
wear
out
his
west,
seatbelt.
as originally agreed to under the Missouri Compromise.
Seatbelts are for
I appreciated
liberals.
Taylor taking the very clear anti-slavery stance, but in doing so, his rhetoric only further disillusioned Southern leaders and sped up the path straight toward
He
civil
also
war,
looks
which
depressed.
I guess was inevitable by this point, but still, Taylor made it worse. Millard Fillmore. After Taylor died in
I like,
office,
okay, I like how all of the pictures so far, no, you won't get in trouble. No, you're good. That was just a joke. I'm not being serious about it, obviously. No, you're good. That's the thing about Millard Fillmore. Okay, so like the thing that we've noticed, I don't know if anyone else has noticed about all the presidential pictures so far, they either have like rotund faces, like rotund, typical old man faces. Like they kind of look like, what was the... No, I have not done the Colt 45 challenge. Why? Ew, no. Thank you, Tom. That's what I was gonna say. They look like, the presidents so far either look like Alec Baldwin in a wig, like a skeleton with flesh on it, and only flesh, or the most depressed human being you've ever seen in your life. It's like one of 3. Like, Zachary Taylor, depressed as fuck. Millard Fillmore, Alec Baldwin. Polk, fucking flesh skeleton. Tyler, flesh skeleton. Henry Harrison. Okay, he kind of just looks like a caricature. That is the largest nose on a human being I've ever seen. We'll say Alec Baldwin. Jefferson's flesh skeleton. Or my bad, Jackson's flesh skeleton. Adams. Depressed. Monroe. I don't know. Madison. Alec Baldwin. Jefferson. Alec Baldwin. Adams. Alec Baldwin. Jefferson. Just maybe the only one that like breaks that look. Him and Monroe. See you, Cam. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Hope to see you back on
Fillmore
Friday.
took over and supported the Compromise of 1850.
Harrison looks like Ichabod
except
Crane
that he was
from
perfectly
Sleepy
fine
Hollow.
with
You're
the
not wrong.
Worst part of it, he signed the Fugitive Slave Act, which made it so that the federal government was responsible
True, Anarch
for
Angel.
finding and returning escaped slaves, even if they were in a free state. Yep, free states had to cooperate. This was definitely a law that led directly to the Civil War.
Fucking thanks, Alec
Franklin
Baldwin.
Pierce. Speaking of laws that led directly to the Civil War,
Oh, I already looked at Pierce.
the Kansas-Nebraska mad rush of pro-slavery and anti-slavery advocates to Kansas, and violence would often occur between the two groups. That's how the territory
Yes,
earned the
tiebreaker,
nickname
that's the hot
Bleeding
one.
Kansas. Pierce literally caused the prequel to the Civil War. James Buchanan. Sure,
Alec Baldwin.
Buchanan was a corrupt dude who did some shady stuff to help only him and his friends while in office, but his biggest mistake was allowing southern states to secede. Not only did he refuse to send down federal troops to prevent them from
That's
doing
crazy.
so, he didn't even talk trash about southern leaders when they began to do so. He was like, oh, well, I personally don't think seceding is a good idea, but you do you, South. So Buchanan didn't just do nothing to prevent the Civil War, he did something to cause it. Isn't that something? Abraham Lincoln.
Completely unsurprising,
You may already
honestly.
be noticing a pattern here. If you mess with the First
And
Amendment,
I like Abraham
I
Lincoln,
got
don't get me wrong, but he
problems
kind of
with
looks like a
you.
caveman.
And yes, Abraham Lincoln messed
It's
with
the
First
beard for
Amendment.
sure for
He
me.
arrested journalists and newspaper
But, he
publishers
falls into
who
the press.
criticized his handling
For
of
obvious
the Civil
reasons.
War. His
Like, he's
administration
obviously falls
censored
into press for
mail
obvious
and
reasons.
telegraphs that undermined the war. Lincoln had people arrested singing Confederate songs, for crying out loud. I don't
He'd
care if
challenge
it
you in the
was
wrestling ring
wartime.
for that,
That's
he'd probably
messed up,
win.
man. Andrew Johnson. Yeah, I think Johnson made plenty of mistakes.
Alec
but I think
Baldwin.
his biggest one was causing the Black Codes to happen. The Black Codes were laws passed by southern states designed to make the lives of recently freed slaves miserable. Essentially, slavery was now illegal after the passing of the 13th Amendment, but the Black Codes made it so African Americans still felt enslaved. After the Civil War ended, Johnson allowed pro-slavery southern legislatures to quickly take back over, and yeah, nearly all of them passed Black Codes. Ulysses Grant. Grant's biggest mistake was supporting and enforcing the Comstock laws. It all started with his signing of the Comstock Act of 1873, which made it illegal to mail stuff or receive stuff in the mail that was obscene, lewd, immoral, or indecent.
That's crazy coming from a guy that had a really bad alcohol problem.
After Grant signed the law, a dude named Anthony Comstock, who all these laws
that guy
named
looks like his last name is
became
Comstock.
The enforcer against bad stuff in the
that
mail.
guy 100% looks like his last name is Comstock.
Ezra Haywood. After Haywood,
like, not only does the name sound like something that comes out of like BioShock, he looks like some dude out of BioShock.
One of his pamphlets, which made the claim that women should have the right to control their own bodies.
Anthony Comstock, shut up! Oh my God, no!
The pamphlet in the
no,
mail.
no.
Hayes. Okay, Hayes, I get why you did this as part of the
that is a
of
beard.
1877.
That man looks like he
But
lived
it
in the
still
trees
sucks
for a
that
couple
you did it.
decades.
Hayes' biggest mistake was removing federal troops.
Oh, is it
from the
really?
South,
Okay, well then that
marking
explains
the
why,
end of
tiebreaker.
Reconstruction and directly leading to a dramatic rise of white supremacist rule throughout the South. African Americans no longer had federal protection and for decades would be treated in the South as second-class citizens. James Garfield. Garfield's biggest mistake
Another crazy
was
beard.
letting the media know his schedule. That's how Charles Guiteau knew Garfield was going to be at the Baltimore and Potomac Railroad Station on July 2nd, 1881.
His biggest mistake was giving his
Guiteau
assassin his
shot Garfield.
his
Now,
schedule?
Garfield's other biggest mistake was trusting his doctor, Willard Bliss. Garfield was actually starting to recover before Bliss screwed things up. While trying to get his bullet out with unsterilized fingers and tools, he caused a severe infection, which ultimately led to Garfield dying from septic shock.
Tom, why would you say that,
Chester
buddy? That's
Arthur.
disgusting.
Arthur's biggest mistake was
19th century
Chinese
medicine, let's go.
Exclusion Act,
I'm gonna pick
another
my
one of
ass
the
and then
worst
shove it in your
laws
bullet
in American
wound.
history. It banned the
Unironically,
immigration of
that is
Chinese
19th century
who were
medicine.
coming over to do manual, unskilled labor, which the country desperately needed help with, by the way. It led to similar laws that further discriminated against Chinese Americans in the coming
Jesus
decades.
Christ,
Not
that
only
art's
that,
fucked up.
it led to what's known as the driving out era, a period in which anti-Chinese Americans assaulted and
Yeah, you can't
even
prove me
killed
wrong. I
Chinese
can't, and I don't like
Americans
that
if
I
they
can't.
didn't get out of their communities. The bottom line is, Arthur signed the Chinese Exclusion Act because of xenophobia. And
Jadel, that unironically happened. Yo, thank you for the follow, Midnight Blue Alchemist. Welcome into the cult. How you doing today? Unironically, that actually happened. I think it was with James Cook. Yeah, not only did it happen in medicine, but it also happened with I think it was James Cook who found, it was either James Cook or somebody else. It was a couple 100 years before they found, or not 100 years, it was like 50, 60 years before they found out that a lack of citrus caused scurvy. And he figured it out simply by like feeding his crew lemons. It was like, hey guys, I don't know like how this works, but my dudes have been eating lemons like once every couple of days on our voyages and they don't get scurvy. And everyone's like, you're a fucking idiot, shut up, literally get lost. And then like 7 years later, they're like, oh hey, like if we feed lemons to like our guys, they stop losing their teeth. Like they were like, that's kind of cool. James Lind, that's who it was. Yeah, I know it was a British sailing captain of either an expeditionary ship or a warship. I couldn't remember which one. I was about to say, Cook sounded too late. Hi, how you doing, Alchemist? Thanks for coming and checking me out. Hope you're doing good today.
an irrational fear of Chinese people. Grover Cleveland.
That's
How
an
about
interesting
another
sentence to
crappy
come
law?
back to.
Cleveland's biggest mistake was signing the Dawes Act. The law said the president could subdivide Native American tribal communal land holdings into portions for individual heads of families to privately own, and opened up leftover plots to the general public to settle. This law single-handedly
so just
led
further
some
encroachment.
tribes across the country losing around 62% of their land.
That's
But its
crazy.
main goal was to force them to be more like Americans. Benjamin Harrison. Harrison's biggest mistake also hurt Native Americans. And I'm not talking about his proclamation opening up Indian territory.
See you,
to
Jadelle.
American
Thanks for coming and hanging
settlement.
out.
I'm
I'll see you
talking
for
about the
War
fact
Thunder on
that
Friday.
under his authority, the U.S. Army murdered around 146 Sioux on December 29th, 1890 on the Pine Ridge
Stinky
Reservation
nerd burb. Hey,
in
you treat me
South
with
Dakota.
respect,
Today,
Nori.
we
I will
call this
ruin
the
you.
Wounded Knee Massacre. And not only did Harrison approve of it, but he gave out medals of honor to 20 of the American soldiers guilty of the massacre. Jeez, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
McKinley. McKinley's biggest mistake was the Philippine-American War. A war so messed up that you wouldn't believe what happened in it. If I told you 20 times, it was an unjust war from the very start. The Filipinos had just gained independence from Spain, and McKinley now wanted the United States to control them. Of course, they resisted, and between 1899 and 1902, perhaps as many as 1 million Filipino civilians died because of it. American forces
I didn't
burned-
know it was that bad. Holy shit. Hey, Wooio, welcome in. How's it going? Holy shit, I didn't know it was that bad. Yeah, the Americans did control the Philippines up until the end of World War II. That's crazy. See you, Buttered. Thanks for the lurk. I'll happily take your Oregons. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. I can't believe that. I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was that bad. If you ever read, so I always recommend it, but Richard Slotkin's Gunfighter Nation series focuses on things like this, where how like Manifest Destiny, which originally meant like Americans were like given the God-given right to control all of like the United States or whatever, what is today the United States, how that was shifted internationally after it was completed, and the Philippines is one of those examples, as is Cuba. But I never knew it was this bad. Yeah, coast to coast. Yeah, coast to coast of the United States. Yeah.
Villages, threw Filipinos into concentration camps, and tortured Filipinos who were suspected of rebelling against
That's
Americans.
crazy.
There's
Anubis.
other horrible stuff American troops did, but I won't go into detail in case there are any kids watching. This war is one of the ugliest parts of American history, and McKinley was
Really,
responsible
woo you.
for it.
Yeah, I need to brush up on that part of
Roosevelt.
history. Then that's
As
another
much as
part
I
of
talk
history that
trash
I've just
about Teddy's
completely
crappy foreign
lost.
policy, I give him mad props for it improving throughout his presidency. He was a man who changed his mind.
That
and
is like
learning
$1
new
million
information.
smile
After
right there.
all,
That's crazy.
However, one thing still stands out as a pretty big mistake during his presidency: the Brownsville Affair. In Brownsville, Texas, in August 1906.
Yep,
after
that's him,
someone
the guy who
killed a
charged St.
white
Juan Hill.
bartender and injured a white police officer, the town's residents all decided to blame all the members of the African-American 25th Infantry Regiment, even though there was no evidence they actually did it. Well, Roosevelt thought they were guilty, ordering 167 of the 25th Infantry Regiment's soldiers dishonorably discharged. In other words, Teddy didn't allow them to have due process of the law. They were guilty until proven innocent.
Okay. While really bad, and that's a bad thing, that went way better than I thought it was gonna be, which is I just straight up thought he was gonna have all of them executed. And I'm not a pessimistic person, but like with how the way American history has gone in those kind of situations, it's not good, but it feels like they got off a little light from what I expected, honestly. Thank you for the tithe.
By the way, the Army found them innocent in 1972. By then,
of course they
only
did.
2 of them were still alive. William Howard Taft. Taft's biggest mistake was signing the Payne-Aldrich Tariff Act, a law that mostly raised tariffs and was so controversial that it deeply split the Republican Party. Taft himself was quite proud of the new law, later calling it, quote, the best tariff bill the Republican Party ever passed. While it did lower tariffs on some items, it raised it on others.
Yes, he did. He actually had to have
frustrated everyone.
Taft actually had to have a custom-made bathtub actually put in the White House so that he could fit.
It also made the Philippines heavily dependent on the United States. Woodrow Wilson. Wilson's biggest mistake.
Oh, here we go.
Son?
Yes. He had many mistakes, but I think his biggest mistake was signing the Espionage and Sedition Acts. Passed after the United States
Another
entered
sedition
World
act.
War I. The Espionage Act made it illegal to interfere in the war effort in any way. The Sedition Act made it a crime to say, quote, disloyal, profane, scurrilous, or abusive stuff about the American government, armed forces, or even
That's
its flag.
crazy. I didn't even realize that. I didn't realize that Woodrow Wilson literally brought back the exact John Adams Sedition Act. Like, and kept it the same name and everything. That's fucking insane. Like, what? That's, oh my god, dude. This is like 100 years later. Why? I don't get it. This is 200 years later. Like, it didn't work the first time. Ugh. American history is exhausting. This is why I don't study it.
According to historian
There's just
Paul
so much
Afric,
stupidity,
as
man.
1,000 people went to prison as a result of the Espionage and Sedition Acts signed by Wilson. Some of them got sentences up to 20
Yeah, you're not wrong,
years in
tiebreaker.
prison. Again, in my view, these are laws that strongly went against the First Amendment. Warren
Yeah,
Harding.
that I think I've heard about that as well,
1920s
Anubis.
were not good in terms of xenophobia and
Wow, that's crazy, William.
anti-immigrant
Yeah, I definitely need to look
legislation
into
in
Philippine
general,
American history
and
way
Harding
more.
definitely played a role in that. His biggest mistake was signing the Emergency Quota Act, a law restricting immigration from certain countries that were, quote, undesirable. In reality, it was just meant to restrict immigrants coming from Eastern and Southern Europe. That said, I also have two dishonorable mentions for Harding. He signed the crappy Forney-McCumber tariff. Hey, you know how I feel about tariffs. And the Revenue Act of 1921, which was really just a law super wealthy people wanted passed since they didn't like paying taxes.
Great.
Calvin Coolidge. Speaking of crappy immigration laws, Coolidge's biggest mistake was signing the Immigration Act of 1924, which expanded xenophobia to Asia. It heavily restricted immigration from Asia. It's even also called the Asian Exclusion Act, by the way.
Is there anything more American being the land of, like, God, what is it called? Like, the melting pot of the world is what it calls itself. Is there anything more American than, like, trying to restrict non-white immigration?
With the Emergency Quota Act, the Immigration Act of 1924 favored immigrants from Northern and Western Europe. For some reason. I guess it was because their skin color tended to be lighter. Anyway, the xenophobic immigration system solidified by this law stayed in place until the Immigration and Naturalization Act
Yeah,
of
you're not wrong, Sherman. Melting pot of the world, but it is picky
Immigrants
eaters.
have historically made the United States very strong as a country. In fact, we'd probably be screwed without them. And Coolidge's immigration law essentially shut the door on most immigrants. Herbert Hoover. The Great Depression. No, we can't blame the entire Depression on Hoover.
Hey, Alan, how's it going?
Hoover's biggest mistake was the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, which was supposed to encourage people to buy American-made stuff by placing tariffs and thus increasing the cost of imported stuff. Instead, it led to trading partners retaliating by raising their tariff rates and ultimately froze
Wow, how
international
surprising. Again, tariffs work how tariffs are supposed to work.
This one law dramatically
It's bad
made the
for
Great
everybody.
Depression worse. Soon after Hoover signed it, the banks began to fail. By the end of 1931, nearly 2,300 banks had failed, and $1.7 billion in deposits were lost. Franklin
Doesn't look
Roosevelt.
like it, Anarchangel.
FDR's biggest mistake was forcing more than 125,000
Yeah, this is an easy one.
Japanese Americans to live in concentration camps, completely stripping them of their freedoms, despite no evidence that any of them were conspiring to help Japan in World War II. If you want to learn more about it, I have a video here.
Okay, so I want to actually provide some context for this because when I was a young, dumb teenager, when I heard about that in high school, I was like, okay, that's horrible, yes. But it's not that bad. It was my thought. Because, like, you read a book about it, and it's like, yes, it was a concentration camp, but, like, they could go out on the weekends and, like, do whatever they wanted in town. And, like, they had soccer leagues, and they were fed well and stuff like that. But still, fucking horrid. Now, as an adult, I realize fucking horrid because it's still restricting American citizens' liberties and rights without any fucking evidence whatsoever. But also, something that I didn't realize that also changed a lot of the perspective for me was that what would happen is that Japanese Americans would be essentially forced into these camps, business owners and homeowners, and when they got out of these camps, they would find that their businesses and homes had literally been stolen by their neighbors and people in their community that hadn't been sent, like pretty much white people. Nothing wrong with particularly them. It just, happens to be the most common people in the area. People that aren't going to Asian concentration camps. In like areas like San Francisco. And the government never made them give those businesses or homes back. So like they came out of these camps after like 3 or 4 years of war and were financially ruined. Like completely financially ruined. Which is just fucking crazy. Like, it's not bad enough you have to restrict their liberties as like as an American citizen, but then to like fuck them permanently through allowing things like that is insane to me. That's crazy.
Check out.
And I just like took it up to a whole second level of how bad it is.
By this point, you're probably depressed.
Oh well.
And have lost all faith in humanity, so maybe you don't want to learn more about this stuff. Harry Truman. Truman's biggest mistake was the Cold War. Wait, the entire Cold War?
Yeah, I was like,
well,
the
kind
entire...
of, yeah. He escalated tensions that contributed to the Cold War happening in the first place. For starters, his foreign policy, famously known as the Truman Doctrine, called for military interventions all over the world in the name of, quote, support for democracies against authoritarian threats.
Okay. I will say this is the first time, at least in this video, I don't think I agree with Mr. Beat here. So, like, he says so, like, obviously, like, he's being a little bit, not facetious, that's not the word I'm looking for. He's exaggerating, when he says, like, the entire Cold War. Like, yes, he did clarify and say, yes, the entire Cold War. But I'm sure he doesn't mean, like, literally everything of the Cold War was Truman's fault. But I would disagree in the sense of, like, yes, this did escalate things. However, like, it was well known even before World War II that the Soviets and the West were enemies. Like, it was obvious. Like, both sides knew it. Like, both the Soviet Union and the United States knew that they were ideologically enemies and that they would come to blows eventually. It's just that they put aside their differences to fight the Nazis. Meanwhile, the entire time going, when this is over, it's back on. When this is over, it's back on. I promise you, when it's over, it's back on. And the moment World War II ended, it was back on. Like, it literally was. I would say that, like, the start of those two, of, like, bad relations between the Soviet Union and the U.S. were, like, 1930s, even 1920s, maybe.
Say, did that mean at home, too? Anyway, whether it was getting the United States involved in the Korean War, giving military and economic aid to countries to fight governments friendly to the Soviet Union, quickly expanding the development of nuclear weapons, or destroying any chance of diplomacy with Soviet leaders, Truman's
Exactly,
actions
Perf.
all
Exactly.
played a big role in increasing tensions between the two countries. Don't get me wrong, I'd blame the Soviet Union's government just as much for causing the Cold War.
There we go.
They were far from innocent.
That's fair.
But
I knew he felt that way. I was just
definitely
waiting for him to
played a
say
key
it. Like,
role as
obviously,
well.
yeah,
I always
it's a
cut
mutual
Truman
thing.
some slack, though. He was president during a tremendously difficult time in history. Dwight Eisenhower.
Yeah, the difference is that, like, the Soviet Union was bad. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, of course it was. But at the time period of, like, when Hitler was being dealt with, it was like Nazi Germany is literally trying to swallow up all of Europe. The Soviet Union only took half of Poland. Like, and like maybe a couple of Eastern European nations, which, to put accurately, if you're an American in the 1930s, 1940s, you frankly don't give a literal shit about Eastern Europe. You don't care at all. You really don't. Especially, definitely probably don't even as a US president. So like, but you do care about Western Europe. So like, obviously, you're going to be way more focused on Germany knocking out your French and British allies than you are the Soviet Union that's just taking half of Poland and, like, I don't know. Did they even take anything prior to World War II? Hungary? Like, I don't even know if they did. Finland. Yeah, Finland was one. Poland, Finland, and Poland again. Okay, yeah. And then did Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia during. Yeah, so like if you're like frankly, like if you're American in the West, like you're gonna look at Nazi Germany and go, they're literally trying to take all of Western Europe. Like, we've gotta stop them. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union, it's like, dude, it's half of Poland and Finland, who cares? Does he? I don't see it. But yeah, that's I guess my point. Is that like that's another reason why. Like, the Soviet Union and them were like, in the US and the Western Allies were willing to put their stuff
Look,
aside.
as you may already know, but his presidency
Yeah, you're not
was
wrong,
also
tiebreaker.
not without mistakes. Particularly his reckless roundup.
I mean, that's
of
the face I make when I
undocumented
realize
Mexican
I have a
immigrants
booger.
along
Well,
the southern
thank you.
border,
Thank
and
you for
him
telling
signing
me about it,
Executive
Agus.
Order 10450,
Thank you.
which contributed to the Lavender Scare. However, I think Ike's biggest mistake was allowing the CIA to help overthrow the democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh in favor
I
of
agree.
the Shah,
That's pretty
Mohammad
bad.
Reza
Hey,
Pahlavi,
Temperance,
aka
welcome in. Welcome
Operation
back. How you
Ajax.
doing?
It was the first time the CIA directly orchestrated a coup of a democratically elected government, and it later led to a more radical government getting in there after the Iranian Revolution, which itself then led to the Iran hostage crisis. The bottom line is, Iranians would never forget the American government's involvement.
Surely
in
the CIA would
overthrowing
never
their
do it
popular
again. I
leader.
know, right?
Even today, the
Surely.
governments of
They learned their
Iran
lesson.
and the United States have a poor relationship. And it all goes back to 1953 and Operation Ajax. John F. Kennedy. JFK's biggest mistake was the Bay of Pigs invasion.
Easy, another
which was
easy
a
one.
failed military operation in which Cuban exiles landed in Cuba in order to attempt
Sun
to
Tzu said
overthrow
that.
Cuba's
He sure
communist
did.
government led by Fidel Castro. Most historians acknowledge the invasion as one of the biggest foreign policy failures in American history. It made Castro even more of a hero and increased Cold War tensions with the Soviet Union. Not only that, it made Cuba a closer ally of the Soviet Union, setting the stage for the Cuban Missile
It was a
Crisis
big misstep,
the
for
very
sure.
next year.
It's crazy.
Lyndon Johnson. LBJ's
Ferris
biggest
Bueller's
mistake
friend?
was
Why?
the escalation of troops.
How
in
does
the
Mr. Beat
Vietnam
remind you
War.
of
Not
the-
only do
the-
most historians
the
view
rich
the
kid
war
from
as
Ferris
a
Bueller.
costly disaster, LBJ's justification for dramatically increasing troop levels there to fight it was partially based on a straight-up lie. Congress agreed to escalate troops there.
Just the
after
way he
two
looks.
Attacks that together
didn't look
became
anything
known
like
as
that
the
guy.
Gulf of Tonkin incident. As it turns out, American soldiers provoked the first attack, and the second attack, well, that never happened. LBJ and his administration completely lied about it. So ultimately,
That's completely
tens
unsurprising.
of thousands of American troops ended up dying based on this lie. Richard Nixon. You might be thinking that Watergate was Nixon's biggest mistake, or perhaps his secret bombing of Cambodia and Laos, as revealed in the Pentagon Papers. But I'd argue him starting the war on drugs was
Hey,
his
Salty.
biggest mistake. It was more than just words.
America's public enemy number one in the United States is drug abuse. In order to fight and defeat this enemy, it is necessary to wage
Yo, the moon
a
landing
new
guy?
all-out offensive.
Nixon created the Office of Drug Abuse Law Enforcement, which eventually morphed into the Drug Enforcement Administration, or DEA.
Tiebreaker, I'm not
mostly
sure
went
what you're
after
talking about, but
violent drug offenders. Incarceration rates
not
have
surprised if it's corruption.
skyrocketed ever since, with people of color disproportionately being arrested and convicted with harsher sentences than other groups, even though everybody uses drugs at the same rate. In fact, many argue Nixon's war on drugs was mostly racially motivated. Nixon
probably
signed the
was.
Controlled Substances Act, which
Actually, wait, no, it definitely
criminalized
was.
drug
If you've ever heard the
abuse
tapes of
and
Nixon
said,
in
without
office,
any
it
evidence
definitely was,
whatsoever,
without a doubt.
that marijuana and psilocybin
Oh,
were
interesting.
just as dangerous as heroin and more dangerous than cocaine. Ever since
Oh,
people
you
who
meant to
have
type
needed-
Lyndon B. Johnson. Okay. You typed out Ladybird Johnson. That's what confused me.
medical treatment have instead been sent to prison with violent
Oh,
offenders.
his
According to
wife?
some
Oh,
estimates, the
okay,
United States
interesting.
spent more than
His
$1
wife's name was
trillion
actually Ladybird? That's
fighting
crazy.
The war on drugs. And the drugs won the war. By the way, drug use today
Also, yeah.
is arguably as common as
Transformer
ever.
3.
Gerald Ford. Ford wasn't president long enough to do much damage.
Yeah, I know.
but I'd
That's
argue
why I'm
his biggest
confused
mistake
by it.
was his support of the brutal Indonesian dictator Suharto and his invasion of East Timor from 1975 to 1976. It led to tens of thousands of civilians dying, and Ford gave Suharto the weapons that led to those deaths. Jimmy Carter. This one is easy, and Carter himself even later admitted that this was a big
I'm gonna be
mistake on
honest
his
with
part.
you. Like, you say that, like, all they did was send them funny powder and money. But, like, that's one of, like, multiple coups, for one. For two, usually with a coup, that's all you need is funding and firearms. So, no, I don't think the CIA's involvement in the toppling of multiple governments is overrated.
How he
Personally.
handled the Iran hostage crisis, which I have a video about, of course. I'm always
I think it's overrated
making
today,
videos and stuff.
like,
No
in
matter
sense
what
of, like,
Carter
people being
seemed to
afraid
do,
of it
whether be
happening today.
economic pressure,
But in the,
diplomacy,
like, from
or
the
even
60s to
sending
the
in
80s,
military to try
it
to
was as
rescue
bad as
them,
people say it
things
is.
just didn't go right to rescue those 63 American
I
hostages.
also agree, tiebreaker.
Ronald Reagan. Simply put, Reagan's biggest mistake
It says
might
Reagan
be
weird.
something named after him. Reaganomics. Reaganomics is basically the economic policies popularized and associated with Reagan, but they're nothing new. You know, stuff like deregulation, tightening the money supply to fight inflation, and reducing the federal income tax and capital gains taxes. And to be honest, I'm personally a fan of all that stuff, at least to a certain extent. However, Reaganomics took all that to the extreme, and many economists say that his policies
I forgot George Bush
dramatically
Sr. was part of
reduced
his,
economic mobility, meaning ever
administration.
since it's been much more
It's really
difficult
weird to think
for
about.
Americans to get out of poverty. Economists also argue Reaganomics has led to a widening income gap. The rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer, basically. It also has definitely led to a general trend of the national debt spiraling out of control.
Ronald Reagan, who ruined everything. I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't like Ronald Reagan, but people that blame everything on Reagan are just lazy. Like, it's kind of the same thing as, like, Margaret Thatcher. Like, were they bad presidents / prime ministers? Absolutely, but, like, blaming everything on them is just kind of ignorant, considering how many presidents slash prime ministers we've had since them. Like, anyone could have fixed it. None of them chose to. So I think it's a little misinformed to blame literally everything on Reagan. Like, I don't think what he did, I think what he did was bad in terms of like Reaganomics, but I don't think he could have known how it would have ended up. I don't think he did it on purpose. Maybe his cabinet did. I don't think Reagan did it on purpose. But I would also add that it was a horrible idea, but also nobody's fixed it. So hi, Lorelai. By the way, thank you for the follow, Gordita lover. Welcome in. I also love gorditas. I guess you like Taco Bell. That's my go-to order. Permission to design biblically accurate Hara? Please do. When he was given a speech and a balloon popped, he said, "Missed me." Yeah, that was pretty cool. I mean, that's the thing, is that Reagan was extremely charismatic. That's why he won, and he won so handily. He was probably one of the most charismatic presidents the U.S. has ever had, like, actually. Like, that's why a lot of people liked him, is because of how charismatic he was. Oops.
George H.W. Bush. Although a dishonorable mention ought to go to Operation Just Cause, which was when the United States invaded
Sure,
Panama,
yeah. In
so
modern
it
lingo,
referred
he
to
had
under
the Riz.
Miguel
That totally doesn't make me
Noriega.
want to
I think
gag,
Bush
but
Sr.'s
yeah.
biggest mistake was pardoning 6 of the convicted criminals associated with the Iran-Contra affair. Simply put, I think it greatly undermines the idea that no person is above the law. And yes, I have a video about that too.
I
Sorry.
agree. I
All
think
this homework
presidential
for
pardons
ya.
should be removed.
Bill Clinton. Clinton usually gets remembered for his personal scandals, especially the Monica Lewinsky scandal that ultimately led to him being impeached, but I think some of the laws he signed were much more damaging for the country. 3 laws stand out to me in particular as doing way more harm than good. The Violent Crime Control and
70
Law Enforcement
seconds.
Act, aka the 1994 Crime Bill. the
Salty,
Personal
I'm
Responsibility
literally
and Work
about to
Opportunity Act,
kick you in the
and
tank
Public
if you don't
Services Act of 1996.
No, chair, please.
Personal responsibility and work opportunity.
As I was saying, Salty, if you keep saying, "Oh, hey, the guy from COD Zombies," I'm literally gonna punt you in the taint. Quit it. I will do it.
Opportunity Act had good aspects, like decreasing unemployment, saving the federal government money, and decentralizing welfare management. It completely ignored existing systemic problems and has arguably led to even more poverty among people of color and more non-violent drug offenders having a more difficult time after they get out of prison. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 caused a small number of giant corporations to control nearly all media, making it...
Okay. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 unironically ruined media. Like, I'm not kidding when I say that. Like, I know I just said don't blame a president for ruining, like, one thing entirely, but Bill Clinton signing that unironically ruined, like, media ownership for literally everybody until now, like, continuing now. Like, it has not been fixed.
Much more difficult these days for independent musicians, filmmakers, and artists to have their stuff discovered.
It quite
but
literally
Clinton's
monopolized
biggest
the
mistake
music
was
industry
signing
and
the
media industry.
1994 Crime Bill, which gave money to states to build new prisons and hire new police officers, but also led to much stricter prison sentences overall. Because of that law, tens of thousands of people got far more harsh punishments than they deserved. And just like the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Act, the 1994 Crime Bill made systemic racism much worse. People of color got arrested more than whites and got harsher sentences than whites for the exact same crimes. By the way, Clinton himself has admitted that signing this law was his biggest mistake. George W. Bush. This is another easy one. Bush Jr.'s biggest mistake was Operation Iraqi Freedom. Bush's invasion of Iraq in 2003 was
okay,
huge
that's bad, but was it really worse than the Patriot Act?
failure
I don't
based
know.
on lies. The Iraq War and War in Iraq later on both devastated the country, leading to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent people in the
I think presidential pardons have a place, but that the president has too much freedom to pass them out for literally any reason they want. I agree, Oda-san. And that's my point. Is that, like, that's what I guess I was, like, the point I was trying to make is that, like, there is a reason why presidential pardons exist. It's just that they're never actually used for the reasons that they're meant to be used for. They're almost always used to, like, literally excuse corruption, pretty much. Almost every time. You can make a case for a lot for Bush. I mean, you can make it for negative things, but really bad things, like, I think Patriot Act's the worst. Okay, I'll stop for real now. You better!
The loss of tens of billions of
And also,
dollars
he's definitely not in that
damage,
movie.
and Bush and his administration were mostly to blame for it. Barack Obama. Obama's biggest mistake was the expansion and normalization of the use of armed drones. He dramatically increased drone warfare, targeting suspected terrorists in multiple countries, often ignoring the sovereignty of those countries. And he dropped
Imagine if
these
Bush
bombs
showed
on
up in Black
innocent
Ops.
Civilians. In fact, as
He just
much
got a
as
golf
more than
club.
15% of the casualties were civilians.
The guy
They
from the Obama
normalized
prism?
the
I'm
use
about
of
to
drone
fight
warfare,
chat.
which I think,
One on
frankly,
however
is
many of
pretty
you are in
messed
here.
up.
One on 30,
Related to
40,
this,
50.
Obama killed this 16-year-old American citizen with a drone strike. Now, it may have been an accident, but geez, man. The kid didn't do anything wrong. That was murder. Donald Trump. Oh, Trump loved drone warfare too. He possibly killed even more civilians than Obama did, but we won't know for a really long time if that's true or not, since he kept all that information secret. It's classified, baby.
Yeah,
But what's
Obama
not
prism's
secret
real.
is his blatant attempt
They just
to
pulled him
overturn
out of the prism
legitimate
so he could become
presidential
president.
election
What do you
of
think he was the whole
2020.
time? What do you think he is
After lost the
now?
election, he repeatedly
Mahoge
lied
stiffened up a
about
bit? Oh,
there
no.
being widespread voter fraud, and in the process riled up his devoted followers, creating political chaos across the country that culminated with the January 6th United States Capitol attack. By undermining the 2020 election, he put our entire electoral system in jeopardy. Even today, tens of millions of Americans still believe.
Why does it look like that guy has bird shit on his tie? Like, I'm not gonna get into the politics of anything about this, but like, why does it look like he has bird shit on his tie? Like, am I the only one that sees that? Like, it literally looks like bird shit on his tie. I did not, shut up. I knew someone was gonna take it there, but no. That's not fireworks. There's no way that's fireworks. If you want to argue it's pieces of popcorn, I'll go with that, but Barack Obama, alright. The next person to make a president in media joke is getting timed out for 10 minutes. See you, Sherman. Enjoy your lunch.
There was widespread voter fraud, and it's only mostly because Trump insisted there was. It's certainly not because of their so-called evidence. I've looked
I
very
plead the fifth. We're a
closely at
cult.
the
We don't have
so-called
the
evidence,
fifth.
and it's crap. I'm sorry, there's nothing there of substance. Joe Biden. While
Joe
the
Biden.
withdrawal from Afghanistan was a disaster, that would have probably been a disaster no matter who was in charge. Therefore, I'm going with his
It does.
forcing private companies with 100 or more employees to enforce a vaccine mandate. It eventually got struck down by the Supreme Court, as it should have been in my opinion. But hey, Biden's still in office. I'm sure if he tries hard enough, he can make an even bigger mistake. And there you have it. No,
that probably was his worst mistake, frankly.
And I should stress, these are my opinions. Sometimes I...
Okay. Alright. Well, that'll be our last video for today. We'll hang out and talk the rest of the time. Taco Bell has a $7 meal deal. Didn't they, like, bring back the gordita in it, too, or something? Like, isn't it, like, really good? They added something to it. I think it was like the chalupa or something where everyone was like, damn, that's fucking great. And I was like, all right, maybe I have to go get one. Okay. Let me put some music back on for you guys. and a chalupa supreme. My problem is I hate the 5-layer burrito. That's the problem with like fake Tex-Mex like fast food, is that like if they have beans on something, you best believe you're just getting a mouthful of beans. Like it's like, oh yeah, you know, here's this burrito. We've got beans, lettuce, tomato, cheese, ground beef, and queso. And you take a bite and it's like 9/10 of it is bean. Like it's just a mouthful of bean guts. I can't stand it either. It's so gross. It has no flavor. Please tell me I'm not the dude who starts the 3 beans, please. That guy from stuff in the chat. You are salty. It did, yeah, because it got used a lot and I wanted to mix it up. It'll come back eventually. Justice for the Cool Ranch Dorito Taco. I'm gonna be honest, I do not care for the Cool Ranch. I want them to bring back the Fiery. The Fiery is the one that I fucking loved. It had a hint of lime to it that the normal one doesn't, and it was a billion times better. Stop pelting me. Rude. Stop hitting me with things. But the Fiery Doritos Locos Taco was the best out of the 3 of them, and they got rid of it, which made me angry. Yo, double praise. Thank you. And a tie.
3
Let's
beans,
go.
please.
3 beans, please. Want them to bring back the 89-cent burrito. It's still there. It's just like $1.50 or $2 now. Ow. We should petition Taco Bell to start getting their cheese from Hara's cheese tunnel. That sounds really fucking bad, and I hate that you put it like that. I don't have a cheese tunnel. And it sounds like a double entendre of something that's frankly kind of gross. I don't like that. I'm gonna be honest. I really don't like you describing possibly a part of me as a cheese tunnel. I don't like that. That's weird. Why did you say it like that? Oh. I don't know. Look at Aegis. Not me, dude. I didn't do nothing. I wanted to make a joke, but I can't find one that doesn't make me a little sick. What do you mean a little sick? Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to ask you for that one. Oh, man. Oh, I will say I started playing web fishing yesterday, which has been a lot of fun, frankly. It's really cute, honestly. I'm trying to hold off on it because I want to play it on stream for you guys because it's just cute, but... What do you mean before you go? Stop being weird. Goodbye. See you Friday. Ow. Hey, Matt. Why are you in a hotel room? Are you running from the FBI again? I was prepared to Google the 3 beans redeem and find out it comes from a video titled Eddie Murphy Calls Taco Bell. Hey, you found it! Yeah, it's pretty great. It's probably my favorite donkey video. Yeah, it's Eddie Murphy calls... Wait, does he actually call Taco Bell? He calls like an Italian restaurant. Yeah, it's Dunkles. I like Donkey. He makes me laugh. Oh, but yeah, back to web fishing. So I started playing web fishing. It's a lot of fun. It's cute. I'm gonna hold off until like I can play it on stream more because I did have a lot of fun with it, but it was really cute. I already caught like I'm kind of confused about some aspects of the game, but it's kind of just nice to just like vibe, listen to music, talk to people. You just fish. You just fish, man. You just fish. Alright, I should do a stream about Don Quixote.
Let me guess.
No chair! Ow, okay. Is that the one where someone made the fishing from Animal Crossing into a game? Pretty much. It's pretty much like fishing from like any MMO made into like an actual game. And it has like Animal Crossing looking characters. Kind of nice because like I've never played an Animal Crossing before, so But I don't know. It's cute. It's cute for sure. I already got the cool sunglasses, so.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I'm sorry. I'll have you know I showered, though. So we don't mean literally. Ow, rude. You guys are toxic, you know that? Ugh.
Just my luck. Dorkfest continues.
Are you having fun? Are you having fun? I like how more redeems are getting used than people even saying shit in chat. Talk, loser! Stop throwing redeems at me and say something! Like a real worshiper would. Yes, I hate you. Ow. I feel like I could sit here and actually just mute myself and chat would be content to just throw dog shit at me for like literally 5 hours. Matt, please stop. Please stop. I'm gonna ask one more time. Thank you. Thank you. I don't think it's that cute. I really don't. Well, honestly, it feels like chat's dead as shit, and I've kind of run out of stuff to talk about, so I think we're just gonna go ahead and raid out. I think everybody fell asleep after the Mr. Beat video. Let me find somebody to raid real quick. Ow. No, I'm fine with it. It's fine. Like, it's just like, if chat's dead and I'm out of shit to talk about, there's not really much point of a stream. I'm still here. I didn't ask. It's too late. I already said it. I'm not gonna bait people. Alright, who we raiding? Who I feel like raiding? No, there is not going to be a bird stream tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday. Stream's on Friday. It's all good, Lorelai. I'm kind of tired anyway. It's been a long day. Who do I want to raid? Alright, we're gonna raid Siri. I wonder if this works through here. Oh, it just put it in YouTube. Feels bad. No, it's fine. I don't mind if you guys are quiet. I'm just saying, like, I'm worn out. I'm just saying I'm worn out. I hope you guys also have a great night. I'm gonna raid you guys on out this series. She's doing a partner push, so y'all go have fun with her. I will see you guys on Friday. We're gonna be playing some War Thunder. We're gonna be playing normal, with normal people. And I will see you guys again on Sunday. Sunday, we are going to be playing custom games, so make sure you show up for custom games. Bye, friends. Hope you guys have a great rest of your week, and I'll see you on Friday. Bye-bye.